Alright, Smorganites, good evening, welcome back. It is time to finish up Reverie. Join me tonight, DJ Anime, and of course, welcome Lily.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey there, Lily! Oh,
The end
Lily's
of
here!
Reverie is coming to a close.
Oh, I'm gonna miss it, Lily. He's a good guy.
It's a sad night, y'all.
3 hours of yapping. Yes.
We get to listen to Vitz talk for 3.5 hours.
What you always do anyways, isn't
True.
it? Good evening, Alex.
Talking,
Yeah, I'll have to wait the daybreak. Yep. I pre-ordered it.
Not that long. We only gotta wait 4 more months.
Still 4 months. Quarter of a year.
I mean, July 5th. I mean, come on, it's not that far off.
It's not. Be here before you know it. I won't be playing it right away because I'm sure I'll have game requests in between it. But I got enough games to last me a few months. Alright, ladies and gents, let's get into this. So we're doing the last Daydream. And then when we finish that up, we'll probably have extra time.
Yeah,
we'll just knock out some of the extra...
and all that. That's what I did.
Yep. Stop.
Are you going to complete all the missions? I don't know. Ask him that.
We'll see if I got time. I could probably push a little bit forward, a little bit longer, and we can finish all the missions. That way I have them done. Wouldn't hurt anything. It's not like they're hard. Because it's the last time. Might as well just make the night out of it.
You might as well enjoy this game as long as you can enjoy it.
Yeah.
I played so much of it. I kind of miss it. So.
All right. So we are on Beyond the Reverie. Go and get started.
Watch this now because this is going to prepare you for Daybreak in like 4 months.
I'll probably forget because I have a terrible memory. DJ remember? Oh yeah, you remember that? Nope, not at all.
Nope, don't remember anything.
That's the final boss on Azure. I don't recall that at all. All right, here we go.
You don't remember? I can't believe you don't remember that boss.
My shot. Like I remember 2 weeks ago.
Way longer, way before I did.
There's but a minute fragments of memories drifting in endless ocean. Memories of what will be in the near future. I don't want to ask, but how was Doofus treating you since the finishing the main story? Good. Could they shadow the targeted threads woven by Elysium, or perhaps faded illusions and slip through the cracks of time and space? How you doing, Night Mystery? I've actually really enjoyed playing Rufus. There are none who know the answer. Vitamins here. Don't touch my pies. I got those for... Did I go through all these?
Yeah, just do them in order.
Works. So, Doofus treated me fairly well. I mean, I actually enjoyed using Rufus. Get out of my pies, cat. Those are for my breaks. Lloyd saying Rufus isn't charged for being an idiot. Come on, kitty cat, go. I'm trying to do stuff, and I don't need you laying on it and knocking stuff over. You're going to. Are you done? Done? I'll lay down. Alright, I want to start. Another hot spring paradise. January, year 1208, the Septarian calendar. Between two great mountains, at the tip of the Calvadian basin, sits Lunglai? Yeah,
Lunglai, yeah.
Barayahord. The town is known for two things. Being the eastern entrance to the Republic. That's not helping cat. And its exceptional hot springs. Though these enticing factors, does it continue to welcome tourists, hailing from both home and abroad. Yet today... Oh no. One sec, guys. Oh, no. My little alarm thing like off. It'll be okay. Fire's still on. Reset it later. It should last. Get off him. 1 second. I gotta clear the room.
Oh, okay. So, how's everybody's weekend?
Everything at once. Yeah, power tower thing got an error. Yeah, look it up. It says EO2. But if it shuts off, we'll just make sure we continue. Let's see. It says it has two things. Republic's exceptional hot springs, the entrance factors does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Yet, it serves guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. It says these had come from another renowned hot spring paradise, situated northern reaches of Erebonia. Ugh. Anyways, oh look, there's pictures.
Yeah, look,
Yep.
it's Reen.
I saw the trailer. That's not Reen. Yeah, that's Reen.
Yeah, that's Reen, and that's.
He looks very favorable to Dom, the new one, next one. Break.
Oh, you're talking about the guy in Daybreak?
Daybreak, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. The depths of flavor and the food here is just exquisite. Hey Ben, mystery, haven't seen you in a while. Agreed. The Phoenix Wings food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have doubts the chief could replicate dishes this unique in taste. The Bastion Inn's reputation continues to precede itself. Baron Tio and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's culinary delights, spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter, Elise, sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison as her brows furrowed with concern. I'm sure its luxuries come with just an equally luxury price tag, and the four of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Upon realizing what she said, he shook her head. I didn't mean to dampen the mood. I know we have the money. All my budgeting as student council president has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers and everything. I feel that. Her older brother, Reen, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then the budget buster and you will like how much we saved, because we're not here as a paying customers. We are invited by the owners personally. They said they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments. So here we are, and we'll be inviting them to Ymir sooner than later, of course. Right, Dad? Oh, absolutely. This is the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is revealing its unheard of levels of prosperity, and the relations between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity to further foster friendship. The Baron took another hearty sip of his Beiju before continuing. I think Beiju. Friendship's over fighting, I say. Such a shame that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept. Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty, Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. That's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. The children nodded in agreement. And even that aside, there's no reason to spoil family vacation when we so rarely have time to take them. Oh, I read about some unusual sweet dishes worth trying here. Would you like to share some with me, Reen? In a bit. I am thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, but I might be in the mood for something sweet later, or after. The food here is delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show. That's my boy right there. The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass him by. He was as fond of their quality and soothing effects as Reen. Enthusiasm, undeniable, apparent from the warmth of his tone to the width of his smile. Their medical... I knew I was going to screw up something. The Mechanil spring happened to be medicinal.
There you
Medicinal.
go.
Yeah. It's like
Medicinal.
mechanol. Not missing is medicine. It's medicinal. Words. Springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't help but fascinate by the time and time again. I can't believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm you right to your core. Think we could make another one available at the Phoenix Spring? Maybe worth a try. But that comes with its own obstacles. For as many problems as Tio expressed in the practical terms, Green held just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasedly bask in the glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same. That it has been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. No, they should have had something like this and Hold Still 4 at the end. No, read 3 and 9.
Yeah.
So you get the gist of 3 and 9 before you get Reverie.
Well, technically, at the beginning, technically, you can actually read 3 and 9. There's 3 and 9 on the game that you can read in this game.
Yeah.
It's under like the options of like the backstory. And it actually has photos. I think it has pictures and stuff. I don't know.
Cool.
I read it off stream, so I don't know.
Yeah, I did the audio thing. That's pretty good. A little bland on the audio and the voice, but overall it made it more entertaining.
No, I read it while I was taking a bath one night. I was like, I'll just read a couple of chapters at a time. So
Works. Took me about 3 days with the audio books because I just listened to like one chapter and then, or 2 chapters and then the next and the next. That night, after indulging in his post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reen departed the inn. All right, let's do this. Took a deep breath. Crisp night air of the long lie filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to his trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit.
Nope.
Grandpa.
No, it's not his grandpa.
Huh? Ah. He had come in search of young Kai-Fi, the famed sword hermit. Master Kai-Fi was founder of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, of which Reen was practitioner, and though now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. So this is his introduction to this?
They had not met him.
Oh, okay, so all the events that we went through have already occurred, right?
Oh yeah, this is like 1208. This is way after Reverie.
Okay. They had not met since before Reen's enrollment at Thor's. Many a letters was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reen earned the right to call himself a Divine Blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of training, what he had transpired since becoming a Divine Knight, Blade. The true meaning behind being the final blade to master of the 8 Leaves. There's plenty I'd like to ask that I have nothing to do with the swordsmanship too. All these questions, all impossible to answer, without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance. Having received not a single update from their old master, he had always been an elusive but traceable sort. But wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That wasn't until word of the Blade Master being sighted in Long Lai reached Reen's ears. The man held a fondness for the town's specialties, those being the hot springs, its fragrant tea leaves, making the slighting worth a particular note. He also knew from the letters before they stopped that he intended to journey eastward, making Long Lai one of the more plausible stopping points. Right, water time. My throat started getting parched. Alright. The world came to him just as the Schwarzer was word came. Yeah, the word came from him just as Schwarzer were invited to stay at the inn during the New Year vacation. Green's instincts told him the timing was a little too fortunate. But with how vague the lead was, even if it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not discussed the rumor being key to his traveling here, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip for him. I know Dad would have a great time catching up with him, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. These thoughts in mind, Rain made his way through the night streets. At least there's artwork. I was expecting a complete black screen with prints the entire time.
What Calvert's going to look like when he gets to the game.
Which is really cool. The way you said, I thought it was like going to be all black screen and just text.
No, I didn't want to spoil the pictures. I didn't.
That's fine. You could have said those pictures. Like, oh, okay. No, I was preparing all day for a black screen.
No, you get photos.
It's like I get pretty pictures. This makes it a little more entertaining.
Black and white, but you get photos.
I'm alright with that. Black and white. That's a very nice setting.
Well, this music also is really good too. So.
Long Lie's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing sight most of the cowards' towns and cities of. This was not to say it was similar to Crossbill's East Street, with subtle colors paired with dignified beauty. Every wall and stone exuded the traditional concepts of wabi-sabi, or susabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. This quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings, where tourists both westward and further eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This too had a traditional sort of charm. Green asked several merchants if he had any information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, somewhat sheepishly purchasing a number of souvenirs from their stalls to keep him from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make excellent gifts for his friends, his co-workers, and his students. Growing up, he's a goatee, like a little stubble beard, baby-faced. Like none of them have facial hair. Like the one that like main character has facial. Oh, not even Randy. No, main characters have facial hair.
No.
Think about it. Oh, baby face.
Yep.
And I can think of facial hair is like Craig and Sergey and
yeah.
Can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. Might be more emotional about theirs than I was before mine. For the first time, we would get the experience what it was like for the young birds who had been taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. The first year had been eventful, to say the least. We had started as a problem class full of disagreements and mounting tension, slowly grown into one of compassion and understanding for one another. It was with each new discovery about themselves, and every new ordeal the world sought to impose on them, that they grew not only as individuals, but as a team. He hopes this period would remain as much as meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. Hoping my battery doesn't. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance of many a trial, making the 10 months that follow, and its shadow pass all too quickly. In that time, Marine students continue to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year, to prepare for the settle into their desired future. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, their paths up until now have been well worn. and while they may have had the rest from time to time, he was proud to be part of a way their steps continued to face forward. Why? No way. Proud, but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. Bye, Reverie. Bye. As their second year drew to a close, lacking in grandiose events, grandiose. Yeah, I was like, couldn't get the D. But still rewarding it on its
Kids
own
are
night.
leaving the nest, and Rena's
They
gonna be
are.
all sad.
Daddy Bird.
Daddy Reed is losing his students.
Aw. Our head pats for Altini. It was this mixture of emotions.
For Altina.
I know, it's the sad one. Mixture of emotions that bore conflict within him most. Can't believe I'll be going through it all over again next year, even the year after that. Oh, hell of a career I choose to pursue, huh? He didn't know when he stopped walking. Realizing this, he resumed his search, paying respect and mind to as many generations of educators who came before him. No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kai-Fi in Longlai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he had at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Green was already firm on spending the day with his family. Tonight it would have to be. Making a brief stop in the inn to tuck his souvenirs away, secure, he then departed for his new destination.
He had to buy everybody souvenirs. How funny. And the music has changed.
Oh, I gotta push a button. The mountains winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night. But they were not off limits as such. The key, Rain knew, would be to not rely on sight alone. His senses of hearing and smell, perhaps even touch, were going to be equally vital in the hours ahead. Calling upon his experience and intellect to heighten all five senses, he took to his surroundings in full. This really takes me back to training in the mountains. He called the experience training, which imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but it equated to so much more. The danger was far worse than it was now, with some days requiring him to set a foot in highly dangerous territories, just to find a day's food to survive. It sounds like the Kulon Mountains may have been used for a similar exercise a long time ago. Green was certain to think on the information gained during his research as he continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in environments like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature could, be it a long dead fire, footprints, or traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the like to lead to their source. Green did so, advancing with caution, instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. Here you go. They soon led him precisely to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Remains of a camp? No. It didn't look like it had been left by a martial artist, in training or roaming hunter. But the most peculiar thing was that there was multiple sites, like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research, but it seems too large in scale for that. There was nothing more to be found here. Green advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual mound of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car, or or like hacked open a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspection here suggested that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. And if they did, why had they done this all alone? This at all? The question pestering him. If there was anywhere to clear wide paths, the remote paths of the mountain certainly were not it. But instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer. I keep following this trail a little further. Farther. At this thought, Reen sensed someone approaching. One person, two people. Yes, there were two, and it was clear that they were aware of his presence as well. And for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for the strange trails, but a deadly tension that now tickled the air told him these were no simple scholars. He felt them draw near, the night veiling themselves as well, and then he felt them stop. How about you show yourself? He spoke without placing his hand on his taunt, signifying to those that he had no desire to fight. The silhouettes then slightly emerged from the darkest shadows of the mountain south.
What's up? Huh, Cloud? Make
What's up, Cloud?
Drink that water. Yo, make him drink that water, guys. He's got a lot of reading to do tonight.
A big old bottle. This, I've already drank the core water. It's just refilled. Hey, Ben. Cloud. They looked very much like the shinobi of the East he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments and their faces fully obscured. Just working in life. Me too, man. All you can do these days. Make that money. Shinobis!
You can check out their weapons.
I see it. Yeah, I was looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
I see your insight poses a threat after all, divine blade of the Empire. The contract with our client has yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons. Silhouettes then charged. It caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they neared in. The same blades Swin uses?
No.
They're small
Don't look like
blades, but bigger than daggers.
They're not like what Schwinn has.
Yeah. Green's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in that same moment, he was in a fighting stance. Hand over his still sheathed tachi. Fifth form, morning moon. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eight leaves,
Okay.
one blade stand. I had to finish it. He perceived the direction of his foe's attacks to evade them, then mounted a counterattack of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assault and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive. All Ring could do was stare at the two in disbelief. The thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we've crossed blades, we'll find out after the ads. Bear back.
We'll find out after this ad break. What you
Let's
doing?
continue.
Feed me.
He paused.
Yeah, that's pretty much what that's why he's looking at me like, give me more food.
He's like, it's so good, feed me more. He paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving way to more intense gaze. Are you practitioners of the Eight Leaves School? Another pause, this time from the silhouettes, or answering as though they were well aware of the question was coming. No, though we do possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Karuga. Probably Ikaruga. Yeah. I got Ikaruga. Aruga. Okay. Practitioners of the Black God One Blade School. Okay. The what?
Yeah, I know. Like, what the hell? The what?
Green was left stunned. All that combat doesn't phase him. As soon as you say something weird like that, he's like, huh? The two Ikaruga held their blade horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. Ikaruga. I think it's Ikaruga. I don't know.
I don't know how you say it. You can say it however you like. I probably said it wrong anyway, so I don't know.
I think it's Ikaruga.
I think it's Ikaruga.
Yep. Okay, anyways. As though they wanted to make clear that while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. Green responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi. Just as the sides were only a beat away from engaging in battle. Ooh.
Well, hello.
That was Fuji. Hirugen. What could only be described as a black cyclone roared from the darkness, at such a speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Reen by surprise more than the initial attacks by the silhouettes. He had not suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The approaching blade, over an arg half in length, was heading directly for Reen's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the divine blade of the Empire would soon fall. The silhouettes waited for his final moments to be convinced of no other fate in his future. When Reen spun his body in a full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi and the motion to swing. The blow made his weight yet precise shift the incoming blade to a new direction, without migrating its near overpowering force. Mitigating. This technique was an application of the first form, Helix, my favorite form. Besides, what was the other one? One that hits them all twice. I don't forgot it because I'm thinking too.
Arcane Gale.
Yeah, Gale, that's it. There was no greater force in the momentum than it used it to direct the attack without it ever making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course, but Reen slashed at it again, birthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying hairs to the right of the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it midair. Well.
Check out that weapon. Okay.
Yeah. Like Yuffie?
No, this ain't Yuffie. I can tell you that right now. It ain't no Yuffie in this
Yuffie's
game.
father. You may have only recently taken the title, but you are worthy of being called a divine blade all the same. You use the unclouded eye well. From this hand emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouettes, something about his presence was much more inspired by Harrison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body, covering fortified suit. His every movement, however slight, reflected a complete lack of hesitation, and the faint light on his eyes, visible through his mask, projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior, one projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back. He is too formidable for a foe for you to handle. Silhouette slid into the darkness in an instant. Only the new arrival was left to face Reen. I need to know, who are you? Why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling Divine Blade. The tone was not one of advice nor one of order. It was as if the man were stating a fact, his calmness veiling an undertone of malice that told Reen what would happen if he did not do as he was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without an explanation. Not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand. There was no longer anything to discuss, as all they could do was battle. I, Kurogane, of the Retsuku.
It's Kurogane.
Is it Kurogane? Okay.
Yeah,
Kurogane of the Rugetsu school shall be your opponent. I should know that because that's literally the Kurogane is the name of the main city in 14. For this type of area. Kugane. It's Kugane. This is Kurogane.
It's Kurogane, yeah.
Yeah, Kurogane stood at attention. The large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd have rather settled this with words, but I can see that's not enough. Green sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Green Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade School, 7th form, shall be yours. The Divine Blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword, and more 4 equally sized blades, arranged in the shape of a cross. Their bases connected at a single point. That he could direct this large weight shuriken as though it was a simple child's toy spoke volumes. But how strong was he? Still, even if it was not infallible, damn words, for it was not one to be ideally used in close combat. Range. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand, either, meaning that if Reen could force him to fight where he could be at his most disadvantage, at the most disadvantage, he would very likely come out the victor. This was what he had in mind when choosing to act first. Second form. Gale!
Gale!
Closed the gap between them.
Gale!
Drew his blade and made a wide swing toward the opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the larger scheme of things. Green knew well this man's capabilities, so long as that gap between them was closed. And it was. He considered the attack a success. But just as he thought he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a newly fierce assault, Kurogane had split his cross-weapon, shaped shuriken, in half. Gave double blades. The ease of which he did it made clear this was intended by design.
Bro, that's a badass looking weapon that dude's got.
Green's like, I'm fucked.
That's a sick looking weapon that guy has in his hand right there.
He can dual wield double sabers. So there's no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages that were difficult to utilize. Bro was the only person Rain knew who was competent with only one. The skill it would take to use 2 was almost too difficult to fathom. His surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unnoted. Possessing twin 2-ended blades allowed the shinobi to perform considerably more strikes, giving him no chance to push back. Ting, 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 ting.
I love how they do the sounds and the colors.
The
it's
animation.
So cool.
Yeah, it's like the only color is the attack animation. It's pretty cool. Steel sparked as the weapons clashed. Kurogane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. For strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Reen. This was in part due to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale. But it was also because he had been given the time to find what he was looking for.
You'll come up here? Water break. You come up here and sit with me? No? Okay. Here you go. Come up here.
The perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with a shorter reach than they appear to have. Something inevitable due to their handle being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as a shuriken, but the length of Kurogane's sabers were even shorter than Crow's, meaning Rin would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kurogane's reach, and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kurogane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Rin had to do now was wait for the right moment. This moment would come in the form of the opponent showing impatience for his stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Rin evaded that strike expertly, instantly return it with an upward diagonal slash. Swing. The forceful swing of his tachi made contact with the handle of Kurogane's own swung weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Yeah.
Yep.
The forceful swing of his tachi, Rin dashed forward to make use of this veiled opportunity, but after only a flicker of bewilderment, Kurogane moved to deny him. He blocked Rin's attack with a double saber still in his possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backwards a significant distance while doing it. Always have a kunai. Very good, divine lady of the thieves. You may pale to the skill of our princess. You, without a doubt, deserve your reputation. Princess.
Oh God!
Rin's
Yeah,
intuition was unanswered as Kurogane took a notably different stance than before. I shall demonstrate my respect for your skill, my finest technique. This put Rin staunchly on guard. Since it's heightened, he focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was to come of Kurogane, who was now gone. Nothing remained where Rin's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment, yet Kurogane was nowhere to be seen. How? Did he move that quickly? Was it some kind of spatial? Thank you.
Translocation.
Yeah, translocation was the easy part. I kept saying spatial. Spatial.
What's up,
ACL.
Akira?
What's up, Akira? How you doing? Spatial. But there was no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he never moved at all? It was still there? Sight unseen? No, it wasn't it either. Double saber Rin had repelled to the ground was also gone. Wow, he's fast. I bought the PS5 version of Cold Steel 3 and 4. They have PS5. Oh wait, that's right. They did come out with the PS5 versions.
Yeah, they did.
Awesome. Hopefully they run well. Because I hear that the PS no, it's just 1 and 2. I think could have issues on the PS5. I mean, I think there might be a cutscene in 3.
But Cold Steel 2 on a PS5. I don't think.
I don't know. But that's awesome. Be a good time for everyone with the PS5 to own them to get them. I had pre-ordered Daybreak.
I'm gonna hopefully set up my PS5 tomorrow night when my brother comes over. I just hope all my save data gets carried over from my.
Once you got the cloud, you'll have it.
All my Persona 3 Reloaded save file gets transferred over.
Yeah, everything on there, it'll ask if you want to do a transfer when you set it up. Once you log into your PlayStation account, it'll ask if you want to transfer everything that's currently on your other PlayStation. It will. You don't have to like hardline them to either one. It literally just did that for me. I was like, oh sweet.
Well, there's some games on my PS4 that I'm not going to put on my PS5 because I'm probably not going to play them again. So I'm just kind of like not going to bother.
Fair enough. You can always eventually set a nice little display with all your systems connected. You just gotta load whatever one you want to play.
I want to make sure I have enough space on that PS5 hard drive or the PS5 storage.
Oh, you should. You get a terabyte. I've only filled mine up once because I load up too many games.
No, makes sense.
I got plenty of room. I can still sense him, but he hasn't gone far. Green suppressed the panic swelling up within, honing his senses a second time. How you doing, Nightloath? That was when another black cyclone whirled toward him from the shadows. He half expected something of this nature, though this little deviation, he was able to deflect it as he did the first one. The attack indicated that Kurogane had reassembled his shuriken after recovering its lost half, so he could throw it again, or did he? It also indicated, together with the slight change in his surroundings, where he was now positioned. I borrowed a funny bone last night and had a laughing stock. I'm well, man. Can't wait for July 5th, though. Yep, me too, man.
No, man.
Me too.
I'll tell you right now, I've hit my funny bone before, and it don't feel good. I've done that. I've hit it not on accident one time, and I was like,
March now, right? April, May, June, July, so 4 months. I should be...
4 months. It's actually 4 months from now, because it's March the 5th here, so it's July 5th. That's exactly 4 months. I'm
just thinking, it's like, with Xenogears, Portal is going to be short. I'll have that done in no time. And then, I'm not sure how owning the next game requests, how long that's going to be, so I'll definitely might be free. I should by then have someone else's game request, because I think... Alex, I think you have enough points, you said. I also indicated... oh, wait, that part. We needed a little more time to know where he was for certain.
I'll have plenty
ahead of making this solid conclusion.
I'll have plenty of time to get through Persona 3 and then play the Intergrade and then play Rebirth before...
Intergrade's really good.
Well, I haven't played it, so because now I actually can play it since I have a PS5.
Yeah, I did the PC version.
So, you know.
I wasn't buying it. Like, I didn't have the PlayStation 5 at the time with Intergrade, because I was like, I'm not getting the PlayStation 5 to play the... No. I did have it. I refused to buy the DLC. But I had a solid conclusion. The cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack as well as the last time. Before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. Wow. Wish Cold Steel 4 and 5 would have offered the free upgrades to PS5 versions. I do too. 3 and 4?
Yeah,
I do too. That would have been nice.
But, I mean...
It won't. That was another. Time was shorter. Other. Shorter. Soon these assorted small cyclones were seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death, with Reen trapped at its center. Doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make a phantom copy of himself?
Oh look, he's a Naruto.
Yeah, I know, right? Swing!
He makes multiple copies of himself.
He had no idea from where the next cyclone would form, but by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kurogane's location. He had no idea from where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he had located it, the next one was already. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to... Alright, said that part now. He had been able to repel every blade that met with his own so far, but that was growing increasingly difficult. And want to use it. but I'm not sure I have a choice. Well aware of that doing so would place him in danger, Reen took his mind off the battle. He gave up blocking and evading attacks, dedicating the bare minimum of his focus, not sustaining lethal blows, and focusing his mind inwards, taking hits. He focused on the power that he had long cultivated inside him. Time to go ogre form.
Time to do that crazy superpower.
The power he had feared, loathed, and rejected. The power he had relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to. The power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification! He endued his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so,
Woo!
and spinning his body forcibly around to create a blade circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease, and with them, Kurogane's phantom copies lurking in the darkness faded to nothing. I'm doing well, man. Throat hurts already. It's only been an hour. With that, there you are. He charged toward Kurogane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Reen's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There was nothing he could do to repel what could come next. It's time to settle this. Reen swung his Tachi downward, pouring all of his might into a final, single strike, just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end. Really? Zeroth form duality? The dude's got one too? Accompanied with a voice as beautiful. Oh, it's the princess. Beautiful as a bell, was a slash tearing through the sky. Its color so black it threatened to eclipse the moon. It adversely stopped Reen's weapon from reaching its target. But that wasn't all. What? Tachi broke? The high-pitched metallic sound. Reen's beloved Tachi was sundered cleanly into. Yep, it worked!
Yep. The princess broke Reen's Tachi.
That's a Zemirian ore. I mean, she must have Zemirian ore weapon.
Well, she's got to have something like that to break his Tachi.
Yeah. Kurogane was also taken aback by this new arrival. I heard what was happening from both our scouts. You could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words, as she chided Kurogane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Reen made to see who this mysterious figure was.
Oh, God.
Leader of Ouroboros?
Find out when you play Daybreak, because that's a Daybreak character.
Using a Tachi as well?
I don't know what she uses, but looks like a Tachi,
looks like a
doesn't it?
sword.
I love her sword, though. That sword's got that cool looking design on it.
Yeah, it's got like looks like bugs, like flowers and insects.
Yeah. But she's a character in Daybreak. I don't know her name. I don't know who she is. All I know is that she's in Daybreak. So.
All right. The sight of her alone took his breath away.
Oh, God.
She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modern Eastern styles, with long silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. All song lyrics. Her age was likely close to Reen's, perhaps a little younger. Okay, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, varying strikingly in the contrast with an empty void behind her eyes. Man, Reen, you falling in love here?
Of course he is. It's Reen.
Yeah. Yeah, great. He's another woman to womanize. There was the air of the young noblewoman who had been sheltered from impurities all her life, and the stench of the baleful warrior who had bathed in the blood of the countless lives. He was both and neither at once. Rain could not understand, but it was this very quality that made her all the more captivating and dangerous. In the woman's left hand was a large black engraved blade that threatened to freeze him for daring to glance at it. No doubt it was what halved Rain's Tachi. What did? Rain fumbled for his words as he clutched the useless handle tightened in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon him. Your weapon was fine, but it was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hand around gently before holding it up towards the night sky. You seemingly display it with pride. It wasn't hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. He had seen many a blade in historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. The blunt side featured an intricate design of deep gray, that while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew it was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura about it, one cold as ice, as cold as ice. That's a song there.
God.
That seems to reject its worldly surroundings, making it capable of cutting through anything so desired. It came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red in contrast, its body without filling out a plate. The juxtaposition was, in a sense, what a word!
That's a word there.
Alright, I gotta look that one up on. It is literally... Okay. The act or an intent on...
Juxtaposition.
Juxtaposition. Juxtaposition.
Juxtaposition.
Yeah, juxtaposition. Wow, what a word. The act or an instance of juxtaposing, or a state of being juxtaposed. A word. A place of being placed in nearness or contiguity or side by side. Who comes up with these words? Yeah. I was like, Nisa just being weird. No. It's like they find the weirdest words they can and throw it in there to mess with you. Juxtaposition was, in a sense, much reflection of its wielder, with their two opposing natures being distinctively yet also as one. Juxtaposition. What a word. Rain thought as he observed her blade was clearly something special, but that alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. He had never heard of the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the leaves some way. And the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to the divine blade, to A. He was so fixated on those thoughts rushing through his mind, he was only brought back out by her sudden laughter. I didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place. Ooh. But he wasn't the last. Or if it's just a happy coincidence. Wait. The manner in which she spoke and her familiarity with Reen gave him a theory. That technique you just used was really something. It set me intrigued. It put you a league above more interesting than our senior practitioners. So he was right. Are you? But before he could hear what he already knew, he turned away, refusing to let him finish the question. He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and make the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with a blade slip. The world will need it once again one day. Oh, so Rain's going to show up again. He spoke with a certain satisfaction, as she pointed down to the other half of his broken blade. And then she leaped high, seamlessly disappearing on the other side of the moon. Rain could only stare, dumbfounded, as she vanished. Couldn't even speak. Urugane left her with her. Wow. Fix your sword there, Ri.
Yep.
Ikuraga, the Black God One Blade School, and our senior practitioners. Green had been unable to fulfill his objective. Not just that, he was left with countless new questions about the people he encountered and the mountains itself. He felt there was meaning behind being guided to this specific place, but how important it was or what it entailed, he did not know. Yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down at his broken tachi, struck anew with how massive the world truly was. And he realized that, now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, the purpose of his visit to Long Lai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. This meeting here was but a peculiar coincidence. For now, at least. When I get back, I need to reforge my tachi myself. Something stirred in this region, all across Calvard, but there was nothing we could do about that, the way he was. As he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself so he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distance. New resolve welling in his soul, he made his way through the now still mountain trail, back to where his family hoped.
Well. That was an interesting
Another
one.
hot spring paradise.
Well.
Next one is probably
Very.
super long. Ooh. The unconventional student.
Oh, God. This one's a good one.
Oh. April year 1208 of the Septarian calendar. Amiris Academy is a famous educational institution in the Calvardian capital of Eden. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution a few years ago. This was also reflected in its goals of nurturing new talent and helping forge a bright future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on tradition education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across the area. It was a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. Music makes me sounds a lot like Dragon Quest. This story, for its part, began not long after the springtime festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. It was just another morning at the academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of. The young lady had long, soft violet hair, crowned with a black ribbon. Friend? Her figure had been cut very respectably as she matured into a young woman of 17 years, and yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. Her beauty was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Sounds like it is Ren.
Bingo!
It is Ren. Look how grown she is.
I know. Yes, Ren is in yes, Ren is in the
Good.
coming up. So
If they only knew her story of the doors.
Obviously.
Oh, paradise.
That's confirmed, obviously, by this wonderful episode here.
Yeah. Like Violet Hair and Ribbon? That's Ren. 17?
Yeah, that's obvious,
17. Yeah, because it's like 3 years later, right? But yeah, she was like 14,
2 years
15.
later. 2 years. I think
2
this
years.
is after 2 years after Reverie. Yeah, 2 years after Reverie. Reverie was in 1206, and this is in 1208.
Her name is Ren Brights. She was a second-year student from Genus Royal Academy in Liberal. now studying at Armis as part of an exchange program. She had just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal into attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted, even since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past. And there was little more New Academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal, in reality, was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time in Genis. Even if there was limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. Only no. Move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. And people that are just gonna start daybreak and not know her past or the doors and paradise and my god.
Well, the whole thing with Ren is, she's apparently a very smart person, smart girl and whatnot, but the people here at the school don't know much about her background other than that.
Well, no, I meant people playing the Legend of Heroes Daybreak first, and they meet Ren. Oh, what a great character! You go play Sky. She's a great character, but you're gonna cry. Let's see. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen did during her time in Armis. There was just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't it just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart too. She's just too popular.
Yeah.
As she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were already enough to make her the talk of the school. But one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam. That was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention. She was getting it whether she liked it or not. Oh, patter matter. Patter matter. The other students cared not. Oh, wait, there's that part. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the blooming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. Let me guess, this girl's being blonde with large drills? Like drilled hair? Ren had yet to be enrolled in any clubs. So as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. Hey, they gave Miss Bright 2 different letters. The first one, MS, now it's MISS.
Yeah.
And MISS was the correct term. It was a fellow classmate, surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their king bee. Oh, God, another patty cake?
I wouldn't call him a patty cake. He's a lot. I think he's worse than Patrick. You'll find out why.
Ugh. Certainly. Though instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now. You see, I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening.
Oh, God.
Taking a shot at Ren. Oh, boy. The boy, Ronald Griffith, is presented a gently smile. Ren was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up an excuse to turn them down. Today would be no different. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps? This was unusually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald was a persistent. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you. I have already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant so we could discuss in detail. Is there really no way your business can wait? There was something ominous about his smile. Rin couldn't help but to be curious what he was thinking. I'm afraid I can't. I'm sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's all right. So, not tonight then. A pity. Ronald's tone read one less of a genuine sadness and more of irritation. That things were not going according to plan. Sucks for you.
Yeah.
Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. Now is better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better, they said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home, or in their respective clubs, while some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour. She was certain none wanted anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step toward her, then began to speak. I am well aware, Miss Bright, that you have come all the way from distant Nipple. Be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from from family reasons. But I hear in your case, you came to Calvard just to learn in the hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you. Brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be terribly lonely and challenging affair. Huh. Whatever, dude. Went in for like 5 games. Yeah, like 3. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So, if you don't mind me saying so, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you, to protect you. Protector. Roman could dry your bank accounts before you even blink. At least he shut up, giving Rin a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? Ronald swarmily smiled broadened. Smarmy? Smarmy? Smarmy.
Smarmy, I guess.
Smarmy. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he had a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage. Ever since joining the academy, Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation, so he was the leading candidate for student council president in the election staged in half a month. His goal, Rain assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Yep, we know his type. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make the life of an exchange student. Make on a life of an exchange student. And water. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high social standing would make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to arms, but his proposal was, in fact, very beneficial to her. She returned his smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. You're kind to think of so much of me, but I'm afraid I have to decline. Clear, ambiguous rejection. Ronald's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected her to answer the opposite. Are you sure you want to reconsider, Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. I fear if you do not now, you may well come to regret it. The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Rin, of course, was never going to fall for it. I'll admit it is a tempting proposal. Tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you. What did you say? Sudden taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Rin, for her part, was unruffled by the change. I imagine you don't need to be explained why. Need to explain why, but I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I've always attracted on the way to school every morning has been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since I just before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. Now, you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware how much I stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under my own wing is a strategically sound move, too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I have better things to do than assist someone who can so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Rin stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling with rage. Good day to you all. Rin gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she left behind.
Yeah,
That's going to be interesting.
Wrecked, Ronald.
Yeah. So, Agate ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. We did get some good data out of it, but ouch. Your mom is always so funny. That night in the dormitory, Rin and Tito were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptop.
Oh, God.
Look how grown Tita's getting. She looked just like her mama. Oh.
Yep,
Thanks.
Tita's gotten a little older now.
17? No, she's a year younger than Rin.
Yeah, I think she's like 16 now.
Yeah, she should. But it's always same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything Agate's left with how often you tell me she has him nearly facing death. He just still not old enough for Agate. More years. Maybe by the end of the Daybreak series.
Yeah,
right? You two are a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. But we have agreed to go somewhere this next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Well, isn't that something? The stairs to adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren! Peter graduated for the branch campus in Erebonia just as Rin left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed anything from their new lives and their environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. Sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and the Epstein Foundation is inevitable at this point. I know. I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calvardian industrial giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern for them of late. Your top. Began soon after Crossbell returned to normalcy. After the Supreme Leader's takeover over the previous year, Professor Erica Russell approached the Verne Company to propose they join the West Zemarian Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming. And to no one's surprise, they refused. But before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could even finish getting ready to go and change Verne, something happened to make the Union the least of everyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of orbments, and their generations long partnered in this subject of technology, the Epstein Foundation would not be a collaborator. The latter have been key supporters of Zemarian's orbital development and orbital technology in the general since their very inception. Battle orbments were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Rhineford Company before the Battle of Ryomagan had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead favoring to develop them in a partnership with a storied. The announcement was quite simply unprecedented, and it sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole was now becoming unstable. They intentionally responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I say Verne has the upper hand in this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramda orbits, this 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All of its main features are packed with new tech, and some new features still keep being kept under wraps. I wonder what those are. What could they be trying to develop that important enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation? Find out in Daybreak.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, this is all these episodes are pretty much getting you ready for when you get.
I like it. It's like the story leading up to it, so it's really nice.
It's a story leading up to Daybreak, yeah. Pretty much. It's really cool how they did this, though.
I like it. Though I have heard about the government telling the Verne Company to focus more on weapon development, I have too. It sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military weaponry. The official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, but if they're pairing with that with the latest in weapons and development, then they're still just as powerful, maybe more so. As part of the war ceasefire agreement, Arabonia was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvar's. Yet, if the Republic were to expand the capabilities of their military, then recently forced equilibrium and superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever may be true, got a lot of questions I need answered to. Maybe it would be worthy visiting the Verne Company headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about it where the Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new on concrete. At least it sounds like she's continuing her research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. I'm not surprised since the area isn't very well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, I bet. So having her on our side would help a lot. Peter could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories going on around about the PMCs and stuff like that. It makes me wonder if none of these would have even happened if she was still acting as an advisor for the Verne Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirits sinking. The political climate in West America was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But we could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that this could all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. Alright, new water. A lot of reading. My throat's going to be so sore. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields. So rapid, in fact, that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Try not to dwell too much on the worst-case scenario, T. This piece might rest on a knife's edge, but there's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now. That's also why you're working so hard, too. Well, we gotta take a quick ad break, so be right back! We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted to, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right? Pessimism. The words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed at the precise moment. Yeah, guess you're right. Thanks, Ren. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before that, they knew it. The cloud had struck 12 o'clock. Well, it's getting really late, so I should probably get going. Talk to you soon, okay? Alright, good night, Tita. Night-o. Oh! Tita suddenly remembered something. That exclamation stopped Rin from just as she was about to end the call. Estelle and Joshua told me to ask you if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. I think I was talking to them, too. I wasn't talking to them. He couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after his class, but Ren quickly drove that thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them that they can rest easy. Everything is fine. Good. They'll want me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over to help. Ren could only sigh, honestly. Do they think I can't keep myself safe from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them and that what they would do to you. Me too, yeah. After her friend's silence, Tita couldn't help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. All four of you. Even if it were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you'd imagine. Not anymore, anyway. Ain't your slaughter anymore, huh?
Nope.
See, it's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need to magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much at school. Going swimmingly. You can try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really going to go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zen for me if you run into him. I hope I see Zen in the new. I'm planning to go see him when everything calms down here. So will do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past too. By the time the two of them had finished talking, I did the call. One day had been given away to the next.
Ichigo, you're so cute when you sleep like that. Oh my god, Cat, you're so adorable.
And you want to cull him and he wakes up like, I'm so sorry for waking up, but you're just too cute.
He's literally like curled up in a ball and he's got all his paws like over his face.
Aww.
I see you with your eye open over there, Goofy.
The morning dawned, yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom, meeting building at the start of lunch, and went to ascend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Based on reflex, she dodged out of the way. Reflexively. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had been moments before, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. Someone didn't stop her. She was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. What's up, Cyber? Oh, nice emote. 9-0, buddy. 9-0. He supported the girl's weight with one arm with all graces of someone taking part in a ballroom dance. Saving her from falling. Oh, I've been doing plenty of that. That's
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. Hey, coming up. Yeah, kitty, kitty. He's so good. You know that sound, huh? You know that sound. I like that you come calling with Alf. You should just play Alf and him. And he goes, here, kitty, 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 kitty. Just watch Ryder come running.
Kitty.
Come running.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ichigo. Oh, never mind. You're
Dropped
back
it.
to sleep now.
With my mouse.
Oh, you're up and stretching now, huh?
One more for you.
Oh,
Come
getting
on.
more comfortable now? There you go.
There you go. More. Nice one. I can just drop it in your mouth, huh? There you go.
Huh?
Yes, you are. Really on camera, I'd have to lower it. There. There he is. There he is. Posted. Ooh. Good boy. Oop. Not fat enough. Keep feeding him the critter. He's getting plenty chunky. Gotten big. Heard the little guy that sat on my shoulder. Come here. Barely big now. I think he's probably around his max size. He's getting a little belly because he's eating a lot. Didn't get many treats. All right. Let's see. All right, so all that part. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and could not help but elect a gasp of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addresses her. Addresses her. Going for a lawsuit here. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl, whose face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture in a fluster. Yes, I'm okay. You're red and bright. We're next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me. Plot twist, it's that chick Ren fought. And then she acts all clumsy. This is read Ren's movements. Give this kitty some steak. He would love some steak. Actually, he had the rest of my combination fried rice. So he had well, a piece of shrimp, chicken, and a little piece of meat steak. But yeah, you're very welcome. That's probably why he's getting fat. But I have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to a staircase. Do you have some really urgent business to take care of? The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered. Nothing I can think of. Weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, I felt like someone had pushed me from behind. Obviously, no one here would do that. So I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation had deemed her imagination, however, lingering in Ren's mind. Yeah, Xenogears works. I can't get the high quality portraits to work, but everything else looks good. So I'm not too worried about the portraits. If I can figure them out in the process, I will. But yeah, everything is working. You hear that Citra and another emulator got shut down due to Nintendo. Let's see. If I hadn't sensed something that was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt. Yeah, the Switch emulator. No, the Citra is the DS emulator. But the Switch emulator got shut down as well. Yuzu or something like that. I mean, you could still find it, I'm sure, but... We could have been badly hurt. Was it really just a coincidence, or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me? If it was the latter, he didn't have anything to support this theory, but with it came a familiar sensation. The feeling of malicious stares focused on her from the shadows. Oh yeah, I only used basically Droid emulator, but I've used Citra when I played Dragon Quest IX. Oh, that's good. It took surprisingly little time for her suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Rin made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try as she did to open them, there was a lost cause to get to even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. The culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from where Reen was sitting, Ronald Griffith, his lackeys, whom she so memorably turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves, their eyes mockingly focused on Rin after all the while. There's not even interested in hiding what they're doing like anymore. I'm sure at this point, they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. The latest development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was in their eyes. Now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. Now she's going to steal that student council president from him. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit or force her to join or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Rin had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of her textbooks, Rin's expression grew difficult to read. I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class. The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Rin left her textbooks out on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was, of course, less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer the question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us. Ronald and his friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighted at the thought of a flustered Rin being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. He's probably read that book 3 times and remembers it all. But what transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Rin did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word. She has a photographic memory. And all while her textbooks remained closed. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. Of course, as a student of Aramis Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lessons. Rin responded with such grace that she, of course, drew in more sighs and coos of admiration from both her instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned with sullen expression. The next incident came on Reen's way to school next morning. Wow. Just can't catch a break. He entered the school gates with a horde of other students and was just about to step into the building. She noticed a foul smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticed a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worried they could do nothing about it. I couldn't get out of the way easily if I wanted, but I could. The fencing was over 2 arcs in length. She could escape unharmed. The other students around her would likely not. That was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" A sphere of air formed in a response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply cancelled out the momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. Ooh, I bet you that pissed him off even more. There's an old CD-ROM game that got re-released called Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, Definitive Edition. It's supposed to be so strange. I've never heard this game. What's that about? Is it on Steam or something? This was no accident. The smell makes it obvious. It was a distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in the application in certain solvents. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident. And with Ren having been the target of several malicious attacks already, the culprit was clear. Video game? Oh wow. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar hate stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again as well, they were not the only ones with her eyes on her. Whoa, that was awesome! Did you see that? Is there anything she can't do? Ren's quiet meditation was disturbed by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. It's on PS5, Switch, and Xbox. Oh, okay. Might be on Steam then. Quite surprised that kind of shit game can be on PS5. They can get a couple bucks out of it. Why not? As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, he gave an elegant bow and response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before the seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. He stood unoppressively before her, his lackeys behind him, with the composure he attempted to feign before now replaced by a plain, foul anger. Ren's that smug look. Kind of like Atari 50 or making Ritika? Plus, Night Trap did come out on consoles. I've never played any of those. Let me give it to you straight, Red and Bright. You are an eyesore. Even the gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate. Don't try to act cute and innocent. I put too much damn time and mirror into building my position up at this academy. But who's always the center of attention instead? I'll focus on something else. It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Rin was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. Are you aware of that, aren't you? Well aware. Had she not have been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. Yeah. Yeah, someone's triggered. Try harder, bro. You mad, bro? This being pointed out because Ronald, too, returned an audible touch of frustration. Who cares about how it happens? The point is, this has gone long enough. So, I'm going to have to ask you to step off the stage for a while. What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool from when they first talked as he answered. Oh, I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over. And if I refuse? To this he raised a hand in response. His lackeys stepped forward to surround her. Boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. Oh boy. Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid, if you aren't going to oblige me willingly. We will just have to make it so you can't come to school anymore for a while. Right? His lackeys cracked their knuckles dramatically. Verified. Out there. Their leader's intent. Well, that's no good. I think we both know that it would constitute a grave violation of the school rules. Something about her infliction caused him to mistake her commentary as showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see, my father was a politician, he can make you go away. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw in difference to my position, that is, everyone at this academy seems to already know their place. See? Got ourselves a deep state school edition. Right? Your political power, not the first time, won't be the last time. Let's see. Everyone except you. His smile then was also unpleasant, that a sigh escaped Ren. Oh, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good, hard lesson. Ronald continued on, oblivious of what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now, do as I say. His lackeys drew closer, readying to seize her. I'll keep it mild. Lost my spot. I'll keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them, just enough to set them to the right track. I don't think Estelle and Joshua would object to that. But just as she was about to act... Stop this at once! Girl, that shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. He was, of course, not shouting at Ren, by the one that they pushed. Her daddy's a politician, too. Right, president. The girl's shout could be heard from the direction. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated. Though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous, she continued to stand her ground. That looks like a young frickin' Ellie. Didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What are you doing is wrong. The girl stepped forward, though she was directly in front of Ren, to protect her from the schoolyard pool. And as she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered such like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be a first-year student who lived in the dormitory next to her own. Sorry, apparently not the same one that fell. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed by each other in the hall. She always seems like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing, however. Not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else. Hi, vitamin. Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was little more than a brave front, with an excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare. He grew a sadistic smile and addressed her. Is it now? How fortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're a first year, I assume. I'm going to need to give you a lesson on how just right and wrong works in our society. Upon his signal, his lackeys shifted to surround the new target of Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still, she did not move. Don't you dare. This time it was Ren who spoke up. I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her. But... Aha, you sure about that? He wasn't planning on the response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form. I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? I just beat his ass. But then you. The experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, but maybe I do need some rest. Ben's voice was gentle in the attempt to assuage the kind girl's concern. Ronald, meanwhile, had no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all the glee of a spoiled child. Good. Now everyone knows their place here. I see no reason to harm either of you now that I've got what I want. Consider yourselves lucky now that I've decided to let you go. But not after me. But after you. Just happened to be in the way. Yeah? Sounds like right. Ronald turned away and made a leave. His lackeys followed suit. Good day to you then. When we next meet, this school will all be mine. And then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up at her senior, concerned, willing in her expression. I really am all right. You're very kind to worry. Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. Ugh, that little shit have a win. Students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for a long-awaited student council election. Amorous Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such the student council exercised an unusual amount of power. Terrifying. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, a symbol of celebration to bring spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol, even not long after graduation. All of this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the student council president every year. That one. I've seen that one. It's a funny meme if anyone wants to read it. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. I couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Quick ad break. We're back. Forgot how long the skit was. Yeah, DJ set was very long. It'd take about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, this one is very long.
And the other one's like, it's gonna take like 3 hours, but the other one was so short.
Well, you got one more to do after this one, so.
Really? I only had 2 options. I guess it opens up after I do them.
Unlocked it. After you
okay.
unlocked the last
That's
one.
why. Okay, cool. I couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Ronald and his supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling amongst themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, and his election was positively assured. Eventually, the time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman as he delivered it, speaking with the same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign and otherwise would have been. Now, if you could turn your eyes to the screen. The screen he spoke of was the back of the auditorium. It was a rather notable feature to have in a school building. Pardon me. To have anywhere, and was installed several years prior for use in lectures and to display recreational films. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvert was in its technology. Up until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step further. He wanted to share a promotional video, and not a simple makeshift self-produced one. that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur. Rather, a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mirror for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this, he knew, would cement it that much more. Convinced that this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video. The musical number it played was rousing, fitting. What followed then was Ronald appearing on screen. So, he made Mira. So how much mirror do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while. What? The video playing before them was not the one he intended. Ha ha ha, way to go, Ren. He hacked it. Rather than an inspirational show of what he could bring to the student body, it was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents just days before. As hushed whispers of confusion spread through the auditorium, the next clip played. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now. Or the only thing you'll be present of is in a hospital bed. Next was an equally unexpected scene of Ronald intimidating another candidate into withdrawing from the race. As it continued, Ronald realized that what was going on. Someone out there was replacing his carefully prepared video with another. So who was recording all this? And I don't think Ren had the time or the power, and I knew she was. Or maybe she had someone else, I don't know. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them in an attempt to quell the situation. This is all forgery! Someone is attempting to frame me! Just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid it is all entirely genuine. Her voice rang out with a wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she talked and walked slowly toward the stage. Oh, Ren. Grabbing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. Sounds like a politician. You are guilty of every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could finally understand what was happening, the student was on the stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon the elegant figure indeed, without any effort at all. She had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance. Tragic tale it was. Damn it, Ren Bright, must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through his sheet of sheer anger. In contrast, he recently absent Rin responded with brilliant composure. You are the one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of this whole process. Rin then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. Some elliptic frowns. Whatever. Words. Others sympathy. Others complete silence. But by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion. Anger. It brings me no joy to say this about my fellow students, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less to be president of its student council. Similar censure from other students followed in rapid succession. Yeah, she's right. Stop ruining our academy. You've gone too far. Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of Armis had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken up out before because they were afraid of his father's power. What happens? What's that little meme where one's like whipping a bunch of people, one stands up, next stands up, next time they got a crowd of people. Yep. He's like, and then he bows. Same concept. Power only does you so much. And the people are scared. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. Also, why kingdoms have fallen. Animal Farm meme? The Animal Farm one? Ronald suddenly found himself in the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked into his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. Protect yourself from bullies with NordVPN. Online bullies. And then drawn on him just how fragile all of he thought when he was built was. Reminds me of Animal Farm by Orwell. I don't think I read that one. But yeah, same concept. With the control and whatnot. Let's see. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare on pure hatred toward Ren. Ronald hurriedly sprinted out to the auditorium. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. And thus Ren became student council president. Not by choice. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How does this work? No one is going to interrupt us here, so how about you come out now?
The music changed.
Me music. Keep coughing too, so my throat's really gonna be raw tomorrow. In response to her words, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, with 10 or so companions in tow. We were still following him? These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expression and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. He went around hired people. More than likely, they belonged to some local gang. You don't keep your very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they've dressed up, I assume you must be off limits to a party or something. Off to be on what? Someone is about to get suicided. I am going to wipe that smug smirk right off that face of you for good, Ren Bright. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed. And now you've gone and ruined everything. What am I supposed to say to my father now? That you're a fuck up? That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small of a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Little son. Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile. That's it. I don't care what it takes. You are going to pay for thinking you could cross me and get away with it. Have at her. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The men sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal. But what followed made them doubt their eyes. Got her scythe out. Yeah, get him, girl. Ronald could not understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. A second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a monster-sized black and gold scythe from thin air. Wait till you see a robot. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't this last thing to be said. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse. Except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat and the men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, but then all took was a single swipe of her conjuring weapon, caused most of them to collapse to the ground. Tea party time. Yeah, could you imagine? In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but Cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they were gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. Ooh. Oh, got in there! It was only a second after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious, like the rest, and then she would seek the light in her neck. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one by one, until only Ren, Ronald were left. You can't do this for me. I'm telling my father. This can't be happening.
Yeah, right.
The young man was still struggling to come to terms with what just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs, like a bored child still gearing up to play. Amateurs, every last one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry. I didn't actually slaughter them. She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Yes. This is how high school HX8 or something that started.
Yeah.
Would you be open to give me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald? Ronald twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, he was now nothing more than a beast. Skin. Stay away from me. My father is in Parliament, you know. Try anything on me and you'll regret it. Her response was an expression of pure pity for tossing what appears to be a magazine at her feet. It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant. Ooh, what did you do to the daddy?
Oh,
Scandal? Oh. What? At first, he was baffled by this shift, but the second he peeked at the cover, his face went pale. Representative Gareth suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline, giant punchy lettering. There's a whole special feature on Dearest Daddy, complete with evidence. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well. This may be the last day you can say he's in Parliament. My condolences. No. No! So visceral was his shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished. Now they break him, she like, oof. I love that photo right there. That's awesome. Now, that would make a hell of a display.
Yeah, it would.
So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment? Pardon me. He edged closer and closer, scythe in hand, and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock, falling hopelessly on his backside. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper. Angel Slaughter. Tears are not and snot streaming down his face. Yet, be a doll and play with me. When you then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. She raised her scythe above her head and ready to swing it downward before realizing what she said. Oops, a grown woman wouldn't play with dolls, though would she? Here I thought I could be better control my childish glee. Old habits are hard to break. He covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip up. Oh ho 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 ho. None of this was behavior befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious. And probably pissed himself. It's not tears, man, it's pee. You seen that one yet, Cyber? Finished. As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. I certainly am. Ren met he's so unhinged, right? Ren met eyes with the brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It was safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. Really are something. And why is that? In what way? Every way. Even if I were more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous kitty, than the combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. Farewell. Still hard to believe you managed to find dirt on his big-wig dad that easily. Green's response was matter of fact, showing no sign his praise had gone to her head. Most people just aren't as cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. Understandable, with how new most are to it. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as that it was when you're dealing with the leading corporation, politicians at the top of the food chain. You made it sound like you tried before. Maybe I have. Ren's smile was both cryptic and darling. I've been more impressed with you. You were quick to write a piece on that scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. Ah, so he was the guy taking photos and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He's a journalist. He's Niall, without the beard and the raspy voice. I'm glad Grace introduced us. Go for Grace. Just doing my job.
Oh, God.
The name's Dingo. I was a Dingo reporter in Final Fantasy 15 too. And he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. Dino. Oh, that's right. Close. For a tabloid.
I think his name was Dino or Dingo.
No, it was Dino. You're right.
I don't know.
No, it was definitely Dino. But...
No, it was Dino because I used to do the crazy little Dino accent, bullshit mafia Dino accent.
Yeah. That's why I was like, when you said, I was like, oh, it is Dino. But it's close enough.
Dino.
Yeah, Dino. Hey. He was extremely capable of his job. Very well connected. Capiche? I got a job for you.
Yeah, sure.
And held a reputation for never shying away from danger. Actually, they had a crossover in 14 going on right now with 15.
Yeah,
Did you get Noctis's car?
Again. I saw they brought that back again.
Hey, it gives you a 4-person mount. After being introduced to one another, Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just as a few days prior. Terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors, and Ren would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence of his father's crimes. But we're now reaping the rewards of others' success. Though I'll admit that I did get some help from our Fiat friend. He was none too pleased about being asked to look into a scrummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh? You just have all kinds of connections, don't you? She did send someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. This cautious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued their conversation. Your sources are protected. As they should be. You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in the running that story. That just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith. They left him alone because he didn't actively abuse the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, this chance to take him down was as good as it was ever going to get. It does sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do. Oh, okay, I know. Get her name, but yeah, I know who Miss Taito Master is. I can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well. Dingo then made a curious observation. I have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. He really bother you that much? Nonsense. Principle of the matter. Ren glanced briefly at Ronald. Still collapsed on the ground of the park before shrugging her shoulders dismissively. Not in the least. Didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either. I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but... It was then that the younger student who tried to save me came to mind. I think the student deserved a much better student council president than him. He then let out a titter that was almost refined. As Wren expected, the allegations have led Ronald's father to resign from the Parliament, while he resigned from Armis Academy. The group of students who exerted power over the student body was, with his backing, vanished overnight as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in a long time. Too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Wren had not expected it in the least. Here are all the documents related to the next month's budget. The student council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in the group who put down their name dropped out in a timely fashion. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. 70%. It was because they were all in favor of someone who never had put her name on the ballot. Wren Bright. Armis Academy was known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present a dire problem for them. The teacher then chose to directly negotiate with Wren. Yeah, I figured she'd come present. And in the face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her duties posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, she had completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding attention. I wonder if this is how the Thor's Branch campus first student council president felt when he was elected. Yeah, poor Ash. Even I couldn't believe it when Tita told me. Alright, it is pretty similar.
Yeah.
Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll have to make use of this as best I can. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and the two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Wren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, a thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries, problems arising from rapid technology development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. Get this school, get to work. Yeah. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could. Let's say we get this work done so we can celebrate with a tea party. The arrival of spring was now a distant memory. Even if summer had yet to come, there was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautiful, bright afternoon. Nice. An unconventional student.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the second strand. And now you got to
Forward.
do the forward sword in hand.
So is there another one after this? Or no?
No,
Okay.
the forward sword. in hand
I
is
saw the
next.
line come in. Because you got the one, then when this came up, that line disappeared.
There's going to be 3 strands, so you got 1, 2. So you got to do one
Okay.
more. The string of fate.
I'm going to use a quick bathroom break, so I'm going to go ahead and run ads. Yeah, String of Fate. That's what I was thinking. So, alright. Forward. Sword in hand. September, year 1207. The Septarian calendar. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer Zen Bathic. He could not hide his disappointment, putting out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Yet again, you gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I have been indebted to this man who was as capable as he was kind since my first days in the guild. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of A rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation. Racers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, A rank being the highest, on paper at least. Its members are a very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride. So how had I received multiple recommendations from the most prestigious rank in 6 months? I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I'd joined after school. Certainly, I wouldn't classify myself as a doe-eyed newcomer, but to have my name among the greatest of the guild, absolutely not. But after turning down my first recommendation, the second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Lemon. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lead towards a no? An awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. Folded my arms. Then, setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do, right, Red? I've been getting offers to be a model, star in films. It's been frankly exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'd be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Okay, that makes sense. But, sorry, you're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department, trying to lay lows on lost cause. With that kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Zen's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown, but much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little docryum. It's not funny. Stan being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable. I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny, though. You gotta find a way to let off some steam. If you're gonna break or you're gonna break when you need to put together the most. Happens to the workaholics like you more often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth, he said. We were getting off topic. Why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it. Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebona have been beefed up to our economy this year. All kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. Now, I'm no economist, but people go where the money's at. Where do people go? Conflict follows. It's just how it is. I saw where he was going from there, electing to expand upon the rest of himself. But now we have disputes between mega corporations, stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth of private military companies and increasing tensions between mafias. You got it. Think it's bad now? It's only going to get worse from here. That's why Lemon wants to up security while we're promoting our rising star. Up security here while promoting rising star. You. They see it as a good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line. Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal than using me than I wanted to. Didn't make her hearing the answer any more satisfying. They have you asking me to play my part. Surely they have asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S rank, haven't you? Wow. Then be an S rank. If you know of a better deterrent than having Yeah, having an S-ranking coward. I'd like to hear it. Then scritched the back of his head. Scritched. I guess I meant scratched. He'd scritched the back of his head.
I don't know what. I was like, what? I think that could be a typo. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think that I was supposed to be an A. I'm gonna scritched the back of my head. Just don't think I'm up there with someone like.
I was like, is that even a word?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, past tense? I don't know. I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. S isn't even an official rank. And even if it was, just look at me. You think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild? I think you have the skills, achievements, and build to be one, yes. A curt, quick response. Alright, point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation. I'm not about to be a hypocrite, so just let me know if you change your mind, okay? With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine meeting of delegating open requests. This is how I prefer things. It was better to just stay like this. Alright, says, there was a point when I wanted to be something more. Pardon me. But that little build-up back there won't go away. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. I truly thought I'd gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand, once held, was now empty. And I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however, I no longer possessed the girlhood with desire of becoming something more. Or becoming someone. I just need to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Wow, aren't we looking gorgeous today? You know, oh no, I did show her. Like, I didn't show the Grandmaster. I did. Aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He reminded me much of the Crossbelt City branch receptionist of the few times I visited for work. I'm sorry. Hi. Sorry, I'm Dad. Oh, dad joke. The place were nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter seat furthest from the door as he approached. The usual sweetheart. I stopped by here after a hard day's work and occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered a coffee and a light snack. That was not a coffee, snack kind of day. I want something with alcohol. Even beer will do. Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more than a beer. It was a beautiful cocktail composed of two colors, clear blue like that of a priceless sapphire, and a calming Jane. Get the big words, can get the small ones. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was when I was trying to soothe it in his own way. What a nice guy. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reasons for coming. You learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld, but he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Indeed, I found him to be a viable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. No dingoes. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping he would better point me in the right direction. But it seems this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. It also applies to the cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers. As he stepped away, my mind continued to wade through the case I was following. Effective? There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs, either, but ones of a highly addictive, dangerous variety. Paloma grass? Saying. Hey, you who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld in Calvard ordinarily limited their proliferation on the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the Syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. It's like a Bracer Lloyd. Yet the past years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully created rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market. All this held a presumed connection. 2 missing people. The guild and police had taken task, searched for 2 children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. This was much longer ago. I would assume certain 2 kiddos, but and it's like 1 year already past the Reverie. Evidence suggests they came from a perfectly ordinary family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. Oy. Small brain. Yeah, I would have thought Swain and Nadia first. We mulled over the suspicions that they had been abducted for ransom earlier on, but a single demand was made following their disappearance. That was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was, unfortunately, a popular site for illicit trade. Now human trafficking. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed the transaction and were held captive by criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, the longer it took for our parties to find them, the greater in danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder was sure to leave trace evidence behind. But it was only a matter of time before they resorted to that or trafficking abroad to rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to 0. At the same time, all this was pure speculation on our part based on a single established allegation. For all we knew, it had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. The potential dangers thrown around made an action an agonizing task, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk, should we wish it. That's dangerous. And that would be a direct violation of the Guild's code and its founding principles. The Bracer Guild always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence out of the question. Give us a light novel at this point. I know, right? I think I've done another book. If only this strict adherence to the code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger. It was the ultimate impasse. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma, the bracers had placed themselves in. My face came to mind. He was a childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Though he had lost contact with one another some years before, he had one day returned to the city and suddenly, as he had left it. Soon after starting a particular profession, it skirted the line of illegality to a dangerous degree. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believe. Because what did that idiot think he was doing? He walked out of my life without warning, walked back in. Same. Spent so much time searching for him. I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted. But for him to return after all that waiting, all that searching, dive in some questionable enterprise so different from my own, almost too much to bear. I wanted this much detail to read Stephen King's book. It gave rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me most was, why hadn't he come to see me? Did he have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Oh, thank him. Irritation building, I took a large gulp of my cocktail. But the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then, just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Sadness, depression, guilt. Why did you leave me? Sadness. The words slipped from my mouth without realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me in this state. So I haven't moved on, huh? See. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, caused me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained composure. I just have a few choice words I'd like to say. My response feigned calmness as best I could. Couldn't help but think I had more than a few choice words, really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further. Oh, I imagine you have more than a few. Right? Of course he would see right through me. The spectacled man that sat down next to me, as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend, ouch, of both myself and the one I lamented over. Someone who followed a remarkably different career path than either of us. If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. How could I, with how much time has passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well, I suppose there's no need to rush things. Your line of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. Yeah. I didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic. At least you have forgotten. I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Since we're here, how about a toast? I'll make you next one non-alcoholic. At least you have forgotten. Handle my liquor just fine. Thank you very much. A Leon Sandlot vibe from her. We spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It had been too long since we were able to just sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs made it a trying task to meet even at the best of times. By the way, I've heard word you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again. Of course, that wouldn't escape the CID's ear. Intelligence Division. Covered until... So he's... Oh, he works for the government. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, apparently.
One
yeah,
does...
he works for the CID.
Yeah. Okay. So, this sounds familiar. This concept sounds real familiar. One works for the government, one's a bracer, one's a like corruption. Okay. Well, the information itself wasn't confidential, but that he already knew something, however unofficial it was fairly typical of him. The Bracer Guild focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president and office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies. They simply had very different goals where work was concerned. I know this isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer. However, he paused before resuming, his tone becoming remarkably more serious. Times we live in demand a new hero. That much is clear. I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero. But before I could inquire further, he changed to a subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. Now, don't mind. I have something I will be of interest of you regarding those missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued. We identified the group that made the district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like, cooperating with the police. Couldn't believe it. A fine silver platter. He had given me just cause to act. Since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. Veracity. Yeah. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done until now was follow life where it was taking me. And yet here I found myself. A new path that could lead to someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led me to losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core. I knew it as well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against any whispers of weakness. And I played the part admirably on the surface. And kind of, she reminds me of Doobs. Like her... not really the pride, the sensitive duty she has.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rebel Whiskers played the part admirably on the surface. But if I were forced to face cruel reality in the future, I wonder, would my heart be able to take it? Swing, swing. Ooh. As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a furious slashes against my first foe, using the momentum to thrust both myself and my blade towards my second. Okay, Reen. Two low-ranking monsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now, I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and the police the excuse we need to take a more direct stance against the targets. If information was vague, however, we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zen, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for the part of this mission. But on what just transpired, it appears my location was the lucky winner. There's an intruder! Hey, I've seen her before. She was from the paper. Two more reinforcements arrived, but I had already going to give them. I wasn't going to give them time to act. Getting hyper there, buddy. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and fell and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. Advanced mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread. There she is. This is the bracer who's been going around about. Well, damn it. What if the immovable's here too? I said, don't be chicken shit. One woman. We can take care of her.
It's only one woman. We can take care of her. Yeah,
What?
all right.
Patty Cake 2.0 said. Guess what? Didn't work. And then charge in a mass, at least 10 of them, with more reinforcements of their way and further inside of the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing would be to wait for the other bracers to show, but I also had to consider, what if my waiting afforded the Mafia the time to wield children as hostages? What if you're doing this now gives them the opportunity to do that? Weighing the two options, I concluded that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I needed to push on and settle this now. Besides, I believe I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group. Were they seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and cornered me. They did no such thing, the amateurs. And they dared to believe that they had a candle to Heiyu's martial arts. In the face of one of my experience, they bloated size and more of a hindrance than help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half of their potential against me. I first had to position myself and them appropriately. I could ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding up close-range fighters to a single spot. They would soon have bigger worries when they fire. Their vulnerabilities would then spill by my victory as I cut them down. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. And Dr. Seuss. The precise seconds after defeating a foe were on the most adventurous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another one before he had time to adjust to my incoming blow. There was no pattern to who my next design I choose. My targets were stunning erraticism, throwing them to complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. Hey, Reen. I would go around them in a wide circle. He stops at 8, I swear to God. I would move between them while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults at my back. I waited through them until I encountered the one furthest back. These ones never even considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. The men took up their guns with newly alert panic, drew across their face, but their fates was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between them. 5, 6, 7, 8 thieves. With over half their number down. Oh, got 7 more. The remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of the adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next moves so poorly that they fell into my long set-up trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down. I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader, which will come after the ad break, so be right back. He was a middle-aged fellow, pacing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me. Well, why are you here? Where are my men? Kissing the floors. They're taking the floors, buddy. I answered so calmly and concisely that he balked. Possible. I sweat my balls off to build this group from the ground up, And you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that? Do better. I ignored his crude language and drew closer, as I thrust my sword in, built and sat just between his eyes. He let out a squeal. Well, no ordinary girl. Brace her. And don't worry, I didn't kill them. They had all been knocked out or restrained. You'll be seeing them again soon in prison. I shot a darkened glare in the direction as he tipped. I tipped my sword, wandering downward. Get off that cat. Go away. Let's say tipped my sword, wandering onward to his neck. No! Come on, go. Leave it alone. No. Stop. No. Be a good cat like Ichigo. Yeesh. You done? Get it. Get it. Go kitty. He looks at what I'm pointing at and jumps down and looks at it. Now I have some questions for you, and you will answer them. The man nodded empathically. His whole body trembled from fear. Want to touch the bullet? 2 children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, appeared last month. Your people abducted them, didn't they? He nodded. I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do with them? They're in a room further inside. They're alive. At least I could breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, at least I could breathe a sigh of relief. The most fundamental objective in coming here could be fulfilled. Next, I needed to ask him more about his group. I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charged of a district of the city, but after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else, aren't you? He was so unsure how to respond that he fell completely silent. That alone gave me my answer. Who is it then? Tell me. Is it A? I can't. He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting, as though he generally couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thud sound inside the room. I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splatter. Music's dying down. Or sounds. These more audible than the... know what to make of them. They'd made me feel an instinctive repulsion. They dragged on. Just out there. Nom, 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 nom. Sounds. Right, that part. They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but they faded just as soon as they sounded themselves. I remained on guard as I stepped out into the hallway, ready to be attacked by any angle at any moment. The sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The mobster I fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of bone. Not just one or two, a single one of them, without exception, had been reduced to bloodied mounds. Some were without heads, others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. What killed them that fast? Holy shit. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter. Oh, this got dark. And the other ones...
It got dark in a hurry.
It's like, I wasn't expecting this. Like zombie mode. Or the ones that their hearts pulled and squeezed. Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in sticky, slimy red. I would have done something like this. The sight was so awful that my free hand, now clenched, shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have gained from this? Wait, no. I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room. I was just in and dead. It was too late. The Mafia leader was floating in the air at the center of the room. as though some unknown force was holding him up by his chest. A monstrous sword pierced through his chest. A single streak of blood dripped from speaking mouth. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead, like all the others in the hallway. He didn't even have time to scream for his life. Got past you. Who are you? I barked at the center of the room, trying to draw my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present. But if I strained my eyes, I could see faint quarters of another distorted. The space around him. Maybe an Ramda? It must have been some form of active camouflage. I would have thought it a basic courtesy to give your name before asking another's, charming ace of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected through arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle in response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest. No need to be spoiled for a fight. I'm simply here to take out the trash after they were carelessly enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow. Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms? Are you a business partner of theirs? No. You must be from the group above them. Very good. He then swung his blade to slide and tossed the corpse to the side, with all the respect of a used cigarette. How could you treat people you worked with like this? People. Have you your ears? Said nothing about taking out a person. The trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They have always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It was clear that communicating with someone of this nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger, so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster! Before I knew it, I had sprung into action. Pouting? Pouting every drop of my strength into outputting. Putting? Pouting? I'm pouting every drop of my strength into my blade. Another typo. To launch a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well in a league above mine. He parried my blow at the most perfect instance, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what it was capable of. The active camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his crucium sword, either. Its design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion, darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. There was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. But at the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. Attacking him from the front wasn't going to work. I would have to go for his side. How do you know which one it is? He blocked that attack with just a little effort. But I wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing a third time with even more speed than the first. Showered him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the other. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. But I put my very soul into one overwhelming attack, aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage distortion. Got him. Did you? However, the second I became sure that victory was within my grasp, the cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was unable to instantly defend myself against the blow. The force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from not being able to fully cancel out its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. The difference... Oh. I felt as though I could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of things. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt to bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors have led me to believe. What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? I expect him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback by his pause for a sincere moment, thought before answering. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear? I almost doubted my ears. Fear is at the heart of we all know. Domination, servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. Why I seek to instill fear in its purest form, much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbow half a year ago. Such a pity that it fell. There was such pleasure in its words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. Sane as that was, sane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. You really are a monster. Didn't your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you understand what I mean. Though it is Blade, the parting gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that for two pristine blades sharp for our next meet, Bracer. That, he turned to leave. Wait! Just as I extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was gone. He had likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. He departed.
Gee, I wonder who they're talking about there.
Organizations, I only know one of them.
Well, I mean, you already know what they're speaking of. Criminal organization that uses teleportation spell.
Yeah. Of course.
There you go.
Yeah. His departure also released all the strength I had left in me. Not from relief, but from the exact opposite. Fear. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave. So afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, this is just who I've always been. I haven't changed one bit since the day you... Still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. For the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair was crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor. His sister stood close by.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, I'm here for you. Kept my tone as gentle as reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled while her older brother continued to hide his face. I slowly walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from the man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. These poor children were very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying my best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right, I smiled as a most comforting smile. After that, he reached out behind me and grasped the blade and knife was being thrusted. I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrust toward me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go. Found the one gripping the hilt was none other than the sister. He had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother, tried to stab me from behind. She was a bit startled by my halting her attack. Otherwise, she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face, nowhere to be seen. Suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. You must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt there are no conditions by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue. There were now conditions. Paid no mind to the blood from my bare hands slowly dripping on the floor. The cut from the knife wasn't nothing compared to everything else. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl that I meant no harm. But we humans are capable of more than giving in to fear. That fear, we can fight it. Courage, we can fight it. Your brother was doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe, to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. Keep you safe. I took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer? Even her own voice was devoid of emotion. That's right. Here to help you. I've seen you in the magazine before. Something Blade, I think. Right, the nickname is a little embarrassing, but I'm happy you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. But she takes that A-rank bracer guilt thing after this. I tighten my grip around her as I stop anything more than from hurting her and surrounding her with heart. Hey, my brother butts up. I tightened my grip around her, as if to stop anything more from hurting her, surrounding her heart. My warmth. Surrounding. I'd rather we'll be okay, I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and for long her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle. At first, a small one here and there, so gradually it grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs. She had finally been liberated from her fear. As for me, I had stayed my course. I too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I had chosen this path with a pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now. Upbeat music. But I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey.
Reverie. It's actually Calvert Daybreak music, I think.
Nice. I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so, it was another day in Edith Branch Calvert's guild. And it sounds like the Mafia was trying to copy what the other organization's assassins managed to pull off. Discussing the recent case with Zen. Siblings had indeed been abducted because they witnessed an illegal transaction. The Mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent of turning them into professional killers. Another one that sounds familiar. Another organization. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
For real?
Eric still dies. Appreciate the hydrate and the for real.
Aerith still die.
Yeah. Spoilers! Oh no! I expect her to die, but you never know. It changes a lot.
With Rebirth, there ain't no telling how that.
I know. Who knows? Oh, where's my thing? Mafia involved. That's an intended personal
Zack
killers.
was supposed to die too, and well, you know.
Hey, there was never a body. I always said there was never a body.
True. There was never a body for Zack.
But at the end, but during Advent Children, he showed up with Aerith doing that spirit, like when she died.
Yeah,
in
he
the
did.
spirit being.
Yeah, he did.
So. Their attempts thankfully proved unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. The CID found them and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Don't beat yourself up about it. The guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I don't want to say they deserved it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth instead of letting it. I mean, you gotta look at the other guy killed them all. He did it quick. Not like they suffered. Like, he just killed them. So.
Yeah, true.
I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. My meeting with them had triggered something inside me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward. Even if I ended up in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just need to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations. Times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friends said to me. Didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. But if I could be even just a brief one, unable to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead, then that was reason enough to keep going.
You recognize the dude in the front?
That Graham?
That's the main dude in the main character in Daybreak.
Oh, okay, I see it. I was like, because earlier she said blue tint hair. I was like, no, Graham's got green hair. Where the hell's Graham?
Graham.
Yeah, Father Graham. I'm asking where he's at.
Graham,
I know that that's the main protagonist. I was just saying I haven't seen Father Graham in games and games and games. Only mentioned. Anyways,
I love that girl's sword.
It is nice. Kind of reminds me of Sword Art Online, the second series, when his sister plays the blonde. Have the sword, or is that no? Or is it the girlfriend?
I don't know.
Probably the girlfriend. Anyways, that could make some money enough to fight alongside the real hero once they come to life. Well, shall we get down to business? Let's get down to business. Then turn to face me, his classic broad grin, even broader than usual. It'll be a while before the official paperwork arrives from headquarters, but I'm sure they won't mind speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now has a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning.
Oh!
Congrats on your promotion, Aileen Leclerc. Beauty Blade. Oh.
Elaine! She's one of the characters in Daybreak as well.
Sword in hand. The end. All of them.
That's it. It's all of them now.
Nice.
You've seen them all. That's a wrap, Jack.
Well, we got roughly suspension of casualty recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to astral link severed.
That's it.
The whirlpool of casualty engulfed Erebos, and the fated land has a last been unwrapped. Though the bell ringing in the end of days has yet to be silenced.
Hey, cutie.
You, children of Zemeria, have earned your moments of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. Final countdown, do.
Final hour. I don't like the sound of that.
Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trials.
Trails.
Sorry.
Trails into the Calvard. Trails into Daybreak. Bingo. Now you done it.
That's it.
Now you got all the daybreaks, daydreams.
Achievement for that. All right, so we got to do this
Get
group
achievement
thingy
for
here.
that. Yeah, there's an achievement for that. I don't think there's a mission for it, but I know there's an achievement, a trophy for it.
Maybe.
Now you got like 30 minutes or so to do whatever the heck you want to do.
Yeah, we'll knock out what we. Let's see.
But that kind of gave you a glimpse of what Calvert's going to be like.
So what do we got to do with these? It says claim victory within 3 turns 2 times. Easy enough.
Team Tomboys, oh boy. Okay, get you going. Hey, baby. Okay.
Over area.
Let's give it a go.
They're probably way over. They're probably like going to kill everything in 2 seconds.
That's fine. But the whole point is to claim victory with them in there.
Well, first you got to find things. Oh, you're missing that whole treasure chest there.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at
Oh,
all.
Lord. You might have to rearrange the corridor to get the monsters back.
No, they're on the second pier.
Oh, they're on the second tier.
Yeah. I rearranged everything before I fought the final boss.
Oh,
Well,
I'm sure this
okay.
new area isn't so bad. I won't go easy.
Or you could just do a united front and kill them all.
No
I
escape.
need more. I forgot the rest.
Is that
So
all?
I need
You
one.
must train more.
No, United Front, the other one.
Bring it in.
Or just
As your
I'm thinking of picking up something fun that'll get my body moving, you know?
How about tennis? That'll get the blood pumping.
Oh,
swimming
God,
would
yeah.
do just as well. It makes for excellent training in both body and mind.
Nothing beats bike racing if you ask me. You won't get a
Oh,
better high
God.
from anything else in Zemuria. Trust me.
No need to raise your hands all at once, guys. But what the hell? I'll try them all.
You would.
try them all. Quick ad break. Right back, guys.
Hmm.
Central core activated.
So activate a burst.
Hey, you might be able to get Kurt's fedora.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go look at that real quick. Ah shoot.
Do you have any orbs to unlock?
A lot of orb.
For
Like slots.
you have anything unsealing to do?
Oh, I already did all those, I think. But we'll check.
Double check. I can't remember.
Gotta get a crit.
Yeah, I was gonna say go heal up.
Executing recovery program.
I like how after you do that last daydream, you can go in here and do what the heck you want to do. It's like, cool, you can do more shit.
That's the key. Make sure I get a crit.
I can't remember what you got for the final boss in this. I think it's some kind of accessory.
True age. Where's your age?
I don't know why you. Well, I don't know. You might have used all the rages to make true rages.
Oh. Possible. Okay. I'll just do this then.
I think you used all your
Activating
sealing
requisitions program.
thingies, but I told you wrong.
Counter in there. Ceiling.
Sealing stones unsealable.
Well, you got
Sure.
one.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
Do you have any curios to get, or have you
Okay,
gotten
we
all
gotta
those?
check that real quick.
Millennial Trove activated.
Ah,
No. Damn it. No fedora for
Bad.
you.
yeah, sad.
I think I got his fedora.
Yeah, I want this fedora.
This should be fun.
All right. Need one baddie.
Be careful. That monster is no
Yeah,
joke.
whatever. Oh,
Watch out.
fucking joke.
This is a tough one.
All I gotta do is one burst, anyways.
Take this! Okay!
Enchantments over there.
It broke! Come on, everyone!
Roger.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
I'm going in. All for one.
And
One for all.
Fire.
Dewey
Good
won't
job.
call me her big sis. I don't know what to do. You guys got any pointers?
The age gap between me and Nana's way bigger, so I got nothing. Can you think of anything, Noelle?
Not when I've got the opposite problem with Fran. She's so clingy that I can hardly get a minute to myself.
You could try vanishing into the night for a while. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, dear.
Oh God, Vita.
Ugh, that'll teach me to come to you guys for help. The only pointers you give are in the wrong direction.
Nice.
The only
And
device you
success.
give is in the wrong direction.
We can knock all these out real quick.
Review missions.
That's what I did afterwards. I just did as many as I could.
All right.
What is it? Chain with Team Slack Attack? Oh God.
What is this? Slack attack?
Yeah, that's what it said. I think I didn't get to read it because
Oh,
you
shit.
like clicked it too quick.
We'll check it in a second. Group. B. All 5 of them.
I think that's what it said.
Change the team. Yep.
Team Slack Attack.
Chain battle. I just
No,
have
it's
to.
a chain,
chain
battle.
battle.
Like it's like two. You're fighting two things.
Yeah, 2 or more. Yeah.
Back to back.
All right, that's fine.
The sooner we do this,
There's one with the. It's
sooner I
called
can
Team. It's called like Team Booze Hound or something.
I'm basically
got,
just
like-
looking for that.
enemy
There you go.
spotted. All for one.
And one for all.
I like
do
Team
this.
Booze Hound. It's got Sarah and all the ones like drink beer.
All the alcoholics.
All the alcoholics, yeah.
More hostiles.
Oh
Go
darn.
time. All for one. Enemy eliminated. Talk about a slog.
You're telling me. I'm wiped after all that fighting.
Perhaps a short break is in order then. Ugh, I'm always down for a break. Hold down the fort for us, Kay, Celine. You're all nothing but a bunch of slackers. Let me take a cat nap once in a while.
I only
You're
get
all a bunch of
cuter as I
slackers. Look at that now.
job well done.
You know you can check that without going back and well, I mean you can report those and then check your missions before instead of going back and forth.
Right, but I have to turn them in to get the next one.
You can report them the
Central
same way.
core activated.
Oh. I guess so. All right,
Like
next up.
curves? Oh God. I don't think I did that one. I don't think that one came up in my game yet.
The team curve.
Yeah, it's called Hot Curves.
Curves. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm like, really?
I gotta do with these things. Activate a burst. Okay. burst. Oh wait, Average, yeah. So she's my vision. Bye. Enough.
I tell you, I could do. I want to go back in and do more of those team missions, because I didn't get to do it. I didn't get to see all of them.
Executing recovery program.
Okay, let's go.
The opportunity is this guy right there.
Now there's all threats will be eliminated.
Yeah, cool. Then you get a sealing stone.
Here's through. Rosetta Arrow! All right.
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
It's my turn. Here I go.
How's it going down there? You go. You good?
Death awaits you.
What?
All right. Simple. Now, let's settle this in one fell. I'm going. All for one. It's my turn. All for one.
That thing's gonna die.
Idea.
Good job. Yeah, if you go to your little thing where you can like pick your mission from the.
My shoulders are starting to feel stiff again. I'm going to say it's your bra. They say a bad bra can really put on the hurt after a while.
Speaking of, I've heard rave reviews on the newest line of shapewear from Mariage Krause.
I've been wondering, is it practical enough for everyday wear though? They're more about being sexy than anything. And to that
Oh
I
my
say,
God.
what's the harm in adding a little spice? It's fun getting adventurous with your wardrobe from time to time.
Oh, for sure. Let's go do some lingerie shopping next time we're free.
Oh my God! What
Yes,
the
ma'am.
freaking hell is that?
There's that daydream.
Woo! Okay,
I put in my...
there you go.
Yeah, I still have to leave though to get these on my
Oh
team.
yeah, you still gotta leave and do that. Yeah, you're right. Team Pigtails.
Yeah, it didn't dial me until afterwards, did it? Okay. Alright, so.
Okay, so Team Hot Curves talks about bras. Okay. Wow. Okie dokie. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Oh, you gotta have Kia as a tag along.
Yeah.
I think she's
So,
part of
as
that.
long as you have
group.
4 of them in there, I think he has a tag along.
There you go.
So, let's see. Victory one time using United Front as a finishing blow. Oh, that's easy.
Pretty much use the United Front.
Yep.
Pretty
Go and fight a
simple.
battle. Oh shit, wrong. Come on, load up. Quicker.
You don't get a. Oh, you got a stealing stone to unlock now.
Knock it out.
Yeah, you got one from that boss you just fought.
Executing recovery program.
Let's give it a go. I guess we can do this. All for one. And one for everyone.
Good enough.
Dead.
Hey, we've all got pigtails. That's gotta unlock some kind of strength bonus for us, right, girls? Oh, but it does. Gotta name it to unlock it, though. And so I dubbed the Pigtail Pummel Power. I love it.
Wow.
Now we've got to spread the word and encourage pigtails far and wide. I don't know if Her Highness and I count, but it still sounds awesome. What say you? I say the only true requirement to unlock pigtail potential is to have fun with it. And you have my full endorsement as a princess. Don't throw your
God.
royal weight behind something so dumb.
Celine is just like, why am I in here?
Born this way. Yeah.
I think I finished that up already.
It's like, why am I in this group? I think it's funny that they put like
Team Kittens
God. Oh Jesus.
at her front. That makes it easy though.
That's a lot of people.
Kittens.
Oh no, this is the Angie. Oh no, this is not the one with Angie. Oh, it is. Oh fuck.
It is.
Yeah, I've seen
Dies
that.
of like.
Very interesting. This is one I'm kind of like, oh god. Ugh, Rose is in this one? Interesting.
2, 4, 5. 2, 3, no, 6. Hands 2.
Well, Kia's a tag along, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, so
God.
Well then, off we
I
go.
remember Team Kittens. That's a doozy.
Can I
Ooh,
hold
Dark
it,
Venture.
please?
Yes,
I'll
hold
clean this
it.
up with grace.
All for one.
Oh no, one's got stealth.
what?
Oh, you had Tia in there still.
Oh, just look at all these little angels I've been blessed with.
Oh God.
It's like I've died and gotten a first-class ride straight to heaven.
Come on, Lapis Rose. Let's make this the biggest, cutest group hug ever. Oh no, I would rather
Indulge
pass.
the pedo.
I'm quite good. I can't do that. What if the pressure left wrinkles on my beautiful dress? Then I'd...
Well, if you won't come to me, then I'll just have to
Oh
come to
no!
you.
Damn, she's
One way or
quick.
another.
God.
You're both getting all my love.
No! She got me again! My
Okay,
dress! Nadia, Swin, help me!
No escaping Angelica when she's locked onto you, huh? We may want to tip off our pals in the SSS before she turns her personal heaven into our personal hell.
Here you go. What you doing, honey?
I did such
Oh,
a
Angie
good
being
job.
Angie. Angie being Angie.
Nice. Those three
Yes,
activated
it's
team battle.
Rufus and Gaius and Oliver. Yeah.
Or chain battle.
Gaius.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Hey, you can put whoever you want in there.
Alright.
What do you gotta do? A chain battle?
Yep. Good strike. That without having to go up one.
I would go if you
Right
go
there.
to that room that has like the 3 chests in it. You'll
Yeah, right
probably
there's where I'm
find a
heading.
few people there.
And here I thought this would be a pleasurable little stroll.
Pleasurable soul stroll.
Stop loot. Trying to do this.
Woo,
Gate
it's
dead
dark.
ahead.
Wait, turn the light on.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, there you go. That'll work.
All for one.
There are more. All right.
I know there's also one here, so if I have another one, I come right up here and steal those chests.
I've just come to a peculiar revelation. We fine gentlemen all have younger brothers, do we not?
That we do. Though, I would say I've hardly set a fine example by any means.
Oh, I
Yeah,
doubt
right.
that. I can tell that Eustace thinks highly of you. You may not
Yeah.
have put your efforts into words, but brothers don't have to understand one another.
Then my actions speak to him louder than my words? A fine job I've done so far, but I'll keep working toward the sentiment.
And that makes 2 of us. I'll be putting in much the same effort with Cedric, wherever he may be now.
He's too busy being an enforcer, Olivert.
Yeah, hanging out with
Shirley.
Yeah.
He's an enforcer, Olivert. That's where your bro is at.
All right, Team Monsters.
Team Monster with McBurn. Oh God, McBurn in this group. Oh, Arios is in this group too. I totally didn't realize that. McBurn.
Guys,
I don't know.
strike
First
battle
strike.
claim, but oh, easy enough.
You gotta do it twice.
Yeah, that's fine. Easy enough. Gotta be able to get to him so I don't kill him. I gotta go up to a little higher floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got
Visitors
high-powered
reinvigorated.
McBurn who will probably kill things in one shot. Yeah, I would definitely go. Yeah, good choice. Go a higher level.
Time to roll out.
Well, you got McBurn. You're good.
You're gone!
Oh, that didn't work.
Oh no.
Get a regular attack now, eh?
Well, okie dokie, dude. That's,
Get lost!
I'll finish this at once.
Oh God, that was scary. McBurn is just
Allow
like
me.
die.
All for... Now that was a true display of greatness.
Yeah. Whatever you say there, Victor.
A true warrior. Oh.
One more.
Not fighting the big guy.
Their energy is certainly unusual.
Hey now, this is my idea of a fun time.
Oh, baddies, where you at? Not there. Well, I guess I could.
You'll probably kill him though in one shot. No, maybe not.
I'll finish this at
Can't fight.
You got 3 chain battle now.
I think it was only 2.
Ready.
No, it's 3.
All for one.
Stubborn bastards. Yeah. Burn! Got him down.
There.
Oh, can do a burst.
And I shall.
Whatever.
Oh. How foolish.
I'd rather do anything else.
I love McBurn. He's so like, I'd rather do anything else.
Cornered like a... Get over here so we can rough him up!
You
Very
got
well.
it.
Get over here and rough him up. Well, you're
The
dead.
Radiant Blade Master is still going strong. Just how do you do a body so good, I wonder?
Our blades and body are but mere vessels. True strength lies in the soul that stands to wield them.
I couldn't have put it better myself. It brings to mind something my old master once told me. True swordsmen need not the blade.
I don't give a rat's ass about the philosophical crap, but I could never get bored watching you in a fight.
I feel like a lone man among monsters.
Poor Agate.
I'd be up for ascending to the Monsters Club anytime. Especially if it'd help me protect you.
Oh. There's one team thing that has Victor in it, and they mentioned something about him getting a like a prosthetic arm or something. I don't remember what team one that is though.
A true warrior. Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to continue on for a while. I want to try to finish these.
I don't know how many there are. That's the problem. There's
Find out real quick. What are these things called?
They're called team missions.
Mission.
Or group teams.
Master mission.
They're master mission. They're under master missions that they're team thing. Ichigo, how are you, baby? Are you good? I love you. Do you want some Mountain Dew?
Yep, like same team. Without McBurn.
It's different because it doesn't have McBurn in it.
Team Monsters again. First strike, battle, claim victory 2 times. Again?
That might be the one where they talk about Victor's arm.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on that. It's one of those teams because they changed because that one doesn't have McBurn in it. Get you. I love you.
Visitors reinvigorated.
Yeah, I think this is the one that might be where they talk about his arm. I like McBurn. He's like, I don't care about the cycle, all that crap.
I'm not seeing the where it says how many there is. First encounters, first strike.
Yep, first strike 2 times.
I'm in no rush.
Don't run into it. Come on.
He's gonna get you.
Run away.
I will end you.
I will end you. They're dead now. You might
And
go
with
up a
that,
level.
we can now advance.
Didn't fight that many monsters on there.
Oh, there's one over there. Oh, there's one. Ah! I'm gonna chase you down now.
Knock him down in one blow.
That's pretty much what we're gonna do.
Come.
I like how they're
one.
frozen. Now they're dead.
The Radiant Blade Master is still going strong. Just how do you do a body so good?
Well, maybe
Our
they
blades
don't
and
do
body
it.
are but mere vessels.
Yeah,
True
same thing.
strength lies in the soul that stands to wield them.
Hey, one with McBurn, one without.
Better myself. It brings to mind something my old master once told me.
Yeah, I guess it's the same thing.
True swordsmen need
There's
not
another
the
one,
blade.
Victor, though.
I feel like a lone man among
I
monsters.
don't know which one it's called.
Hell.
A true warrior always.
Yeah, but he's already said it.
No pain.
Team upperclassmen. Alright.
Crow, Toad, Angelica, and George. That's a cute one. I actually did that one. That one's pretty good. Angelica's in your lineup already. There you go.
3 link attacks. For battle. Ah.
Yeah, you just gotta do link attacks.
Right. Means I gotta get crits.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Nah, not really.
If I don't get crits.
Go to like floor, like go to like the third or fourth stratum for the second one.
I'll just set someone up for evasion tank or crit and just evade until he can hit and get crit.
I knew that Genesis Ore was gonna be nice. I didn't realize it was that. Goddamn.
Good third entrance real quick. We'll just run in, just crit, hit.
Do what you can and be careful out here.
Something like
That monster. This one's different.
I mean, this will do.
Play it smart.
Hopefully. I just.
It's my turn.
Moving out. All right.
I'll take care of it.
Moving out.
Oh, come on, man. You're supposed to hit him.
It's
Get a
my
crit
turn.
now.
Moving out. There.
Here.
I'm here.
Get one close and keep you away.
I'll take care of it.
It's my turn.
All right. My turn. Moving out.
It's my turn.
Get it.
Show off.
Fucking.
Wait, now.
Wide open.
I'll take care of it.
All right. Moving out.
It's two.
It's my turn.
All right.
I'll take care of it.
My turn. All right.
Stop going, man.
My turn.
Ready or not?
Time to show off.
Let's do it.
All right. I'm here.
Need one more.
Back at you.
My turn.
Not a crit.
Moving out.
Well, Angie's dead. Oh,
My
Angie's not
turn.
dead. Never mind.
Go berserk. Inferno hunt. All right.
Punch in there.
Time to show off.
I'll take care of it.
It was a crit, but I didn't do it.
All right.
Because he's with Ange.
There. Eat this.
Got it.
Sucker. There. Okay, all together now. Back at you.
My turn.
Check it out. The old gang's back together again.
It'd be more of a trip down memory lane if we all hadn't changed so much. You and Toe have really grown. Angie has also evolved.
Interesting choice of
Evolved.
words. What are you trying to say, huh? That I've blossomed into an even hotter piece of ass?
Wow.
God.
Sure. You can put it like that if you want.
Angie's always one step ahead, isn't she?
Yeah, he's gonna be whipped for the rest of his life.
Yay! Another ceiling stone. Woo!
Nothing.
That was a good one.
Another Team Slack attack, but with McBurn.
This one has McBurn in it.
Huh.
Well, you have to do it in order to get to the next one, so.
Yeah, just.
McBurn has his own take on being a slacker.
No. Celine.
I think that's it. Yeah, that looks like everybody.
Yeah,
Nope,
Celine as well.
Celine. Yeah. What do you got to do with it?
Group
What
attack.
do you got to do with it?
Like chain.
The
chain
sooner we
attack.
do this,
That's awful. Give me that. That's fine.
Oh, jeez.
Someone's got a crescent mirror.
No. Just throw
Oh,
it
just
on
screw
body. That true sacred mirror or whatever the hell it's called.
Silver.
Yeah, it's a silver one. Or a
Yeah,
moon
sacred
lens.
Yeah, moon lens, but I'm not sacred. Wait, sacred lens is the same. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that'd probably be your best bet.
Take care. This room is nasty enough as it is.
Yeah.
An ambush. Look out!
There you go.
Let's make this quick.
Free chain battle attack.
How shall we play? Huh?
Yeah, I could have spent a lot more time doing this, doing these
my
things,
go.
but I was like, man.
Okay. Hope you're ready.
Dang, frog die.
Here come some buddies. My turn.
Yeah.
All for one. Enemy eliminated.
We gotta see what McBurn says.
Slog.
Yeah.
You're telling me. I'm wiped after all that fighting.
Perhaps a short break is in order then. Ugh. I'm always down for a break. Hold down the fort for us, Celine.
Just wake me up if anything that'll spark my interest shows.
You're all nothing but a bunch of slackers. Let me.
Alright, good enough.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Any level. You too. We already had Team Iron Bloods once.
Well, I guess you're going to have to do it again.
I think just let them repeat.
Sometimes they do that, unfortunately.
It'll be like one each.
Apparently, you got another. You got to accept all
That's
your
3
missions,
link
or,
attacks.
you completed something else.
Just repeating. I don't want to do this.
No, you haven't seen them all because there's.
I know. I'm not. If I'm just gonna repeat, I could take all night, and I don't want to do that.
Well, try this one and see if you get a new one.
Set her up for patient time.
Because I know there's some that you haven't seen yet.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot, but I'm not gonna spend all night doing ones that just don't. They're just repeating. And you can't find how many group missions there are. Ugh.
Do the Iron Blood thing and see if see if it changes to a new one. There you go. Now you got plenty of ways.
Rich. Get that guaranteed crit. All right.
Time to get down to business.
Time, so perfect.
That's not your average enemy. Okay.
Why not?
Turn around.
On guard.
I'm gonna die from that.
These swords are of those.
Ready.
Oh, the ads. Whatever.
Counter! It broke!
An opening!
Go in! Ha! Got it!
2.
An opening!
Why not? Gotcha!
Too late!
Yes!
Go berserk! Inferno Hunt!
It's my turn.
I'll take care of it. All right.
Suppressing target. Mirror devices in place.
Oh.
The sword.
Planning.
On guard.
Good job.
Iron Blood Club's back in business. Wonder if the old coot's cracking one of those proud dad smiles from the afterlife while watching us.
I wouldn't call the proud dad smile his forte.
Yeah, no way. Gramps had to be the most bashful grouch in the whole empire.
I would hesitate to use such a clumsy concept to describe His Excellency, but so long as we honor his memory, I'm sure he is proud.
Guess I'm move.
More ceiling stones done a lot before you call it the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll give you something new this time around. So random. Hey, it's the team protagonist, which doesn't include Reen.
Okay.
Swift and sure team pro tags.
3 turns. Times. Okay, that's easy.
2 times, yep.
Team protagonist.
Gwen, Nadia, and Toval? And Rose. Interesting. That's going to be an interesting call. I don't think I ever did this. I never got this one. Hey.
Executing
Talking about the novels in game. I'm not sure. I know that I'm just going on. I'm trying to figure out how many of these damn things there are.
I don't know how many there are, because I didn't do them all.
I ain't doing them all. I'll be calling it here about at the 30 more.
Look alive, people.
See how many we can get.
We got work to do.
Oh, that's right. They're talking about novels. Okay, yeah, the novels they're in. That makes more sense. Yeah, that's definitely, that makes, yeah.
I see a gate right there.
It will do.
Go in there. You can get stuff in there easy.
Yeah. 3rd floor, I think.
18?
18's fine, but they're repeating.
Yeah, it's a random thing, though,
see
unfortunately.
myself kicking back here.
Bet that light'll lead us to something.
Let's end this quick.
All right!
You ever wonder if chests are aware of how much we take from them?
Big Bird!
Gonna take some names.
Oh, God.
No!
Let's get started.
Big Burn cracks me up.
I can't believe the real-life Toby is standing in front of me. Does that mean Ein was based on a real person too?
So
like
you,
Toby.
You read that, huh? Well, this is awkward. Carnelia doesn't exactly paint me in the best light.
You think you've got it rough? Imagine my surprise when I learned my own granddaughter read of my youthful misadventures with alone. Very alone. Oh? Doesn't sound very alone to me. Looks like I'm gonna have Emma give me the lowdown on how Miss Red Moon Rosy Cheeks got down. Novel isn't half as salacious as what you're thinking, you foul-minded girl!
I've been trying to read some more books.
Miss Rosy Cheeks over here.
Job's done.
Oh, God. Techno Babble. Oh god. That'll be a doozy one.
I'm at 3. If I leave, I can come back in, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if
Just
you come back
in
in if you come back to the same floor, you can get in there again, so.
First, third. He's inserting someone in the group.
Theme Techno. Of course, we're going to have Tita in this group.
Gotta do here. Activate a chain battle.
Chain battle.
Okay. Anytime now.
Visitors reinvigorated.
Follow me, everyone.
Great. Let's keep going.
That chain. There.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I found a treasure chest. Let me have it. Can I hold it, please? Enemy ambush. Weapons ready. I'll do my best.
Perfect.
There you go.
Roll for one.
More incoming. I'm on it.
Give them hell!
Oh, shit, wrong.
Crimson Drink!
Burn. Whatever.
All for one. Okay.
You are jam-packed with such incredible technology, and so adorable to boot.
What?
I know. Every little thing you do makes me want to scoop you up and kidnap you. Rosenberg outdid himself, honestly. There's no other doll like you.
Huh? What?
Huh?
If only I could dismantle you and inspect your parts. Then I could bring Mishy to life and the world would be better for it.
Oh god.
Stop looking at me like that. You're scaring me. Rufus, save me!
Oh god, poor Lavis. They're just...
Poor girl. That's Portillo's idea.
No!
Bring Missy to life, yeah. I think Missy was kind of alive. Alright, this one is... Yeah, Homo Cuties. Homo Cuties.
Hey, look, it's the homunculi.
Have you seen that?
I don't know. I don't remember that one.
Right. What are we gonna do with that one? Battle using United Front. Oh, that's right.
All you need is like Altina, Millium, and Kia.
Yeah. Alright, back 3.
Visitors reinvigorated.
At any point I can just reset. If I need to.
Follow me, everyone. have the advantage.
Dead.
Oh, hey, I just realized. We're all artificial, huh?
I guess so. Hearing that used to bother me, but it doesn't one bit now.
I'll thank you not to place us in the same classification. I am not simply artificial. I am art! A finely crafted Rosenberg doll. How unfortunate. I thought of showing you my favorite pancake house, but if you think we aren't art, then I'll just go with Kia. Wait, no! I wanna go! You have to take me! Whatever that is, it sounds yummy! Kia, you gotta take me too!
Now, guys. We can all go.
That's fun.
I like to see them all go to the pancake place.
Yeah, that'd be a nice daydream. All those daydreams should be something like that.
Don't give me any ideas for the next game or whatever.
Is Team Virtuous?
Oh,
Wait, why is Oliver in Team Virtuous?
I don't know, but it's gonna. Why is Elliot in there?
I don't know. All right, what do we gotta do for that one?
Sure has a tag along.
Clean victory, one battle using net in front. I love that. Just more of those. That'd be great.
Shara in this one.
Yeah, over that.
Musicians, that's it. They're Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, Earl Risha. Yeah, that does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
artist
that's
of some
true.
sort.
Vita, Claire,
Yeah, dancers.
Risha, Shara. I don't think I got this one. This is the one I haven't done.
I love them.
I'm actually kind of glad I get to see some of these I haven't done yet. Then I don't have to go do them myself.
6 of them. I feel like I'm assuming 5 in my group and 1 out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Net in front.
Mm-hmm.
On with the show.
On with the show.
We can keep going whenever we're ready.
Fast. Hey, Maddie. What the fuck's Maddie?
There's some nice treasure in there.
I don't know, dude.
Have you been there?
No.
That would link attack. I know I don't want to use the link attack. No love for the wicked. That's that dude. I don't want to fight that dude. There we go.
We will clear a path forward.
Use them when I have to like chain attacks or something.
Truly, fortune has shined her light upon us to gather so many musically inclined souls under one banner.
I know! It makes me want to hold another big performance as a group.
An encore for the fans, eh? The Azure Diva would delight at the thought.
You can leave, providing the instruments to me. Can't do a thing without those.
As much as we couldn't do without proper attire. I'm envisioning scant and sheer for the ladies, and petite gold loincloths for the gentle.
Petite gold loincloths.
Well, as long as Elia danced with me.
Petite gold loincloths for the men.
Oliver's like, gold loincloth! Yeah. Oh, Oliver. Never change, my friend. Cat, you're going to sleep all night. You're not going to sleep when I go to bed.
Cute and clever.
Cute and clever.
Link attacks and single battle.
What is that? Muse, Ren,
Yeah.
Nadia, and Oath? That's an interesting group.
Battle. Fight the big.
Oh, God.
Tank attacks means I got someone up as a vision tank. Well, that takes a second. Alright, Ren, you're my vision tank. Alright, I need to find Formidable Foe with big guy, but he's the boss guy. That boss guy. Let's go to 4th floor death.
Time to begin our survey.
Big 2 down there, but
Is that a gate?
it's actually where we can go in to get a Formidable Foe. Or
Cat, you good?
This little world is just extraordinary. Let's be careful about
yes,
this.
perfect.
Here to play. How shall we play? My turn. Now then.
Creepy sheepies.
How naive.
Arches!
You're up.
It's my turn.
How naive.
Wide open!
You're up. How naive.
Arches!
You're up. It's me. You girls have got some mega-sized brains on you. Who knew I'd be lucky enough to work with other walking calculators?
Walking calculators.
It's a rare treat, isn't it? A pleasant reminder that you never truly know who you'll meet in this fine world.
I'm sure if the 4 of us put our heads together, we could take over Zemuria in no time flat.
Oh,
I bet that's scary. More power.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were serious about that.
Okay.
You are joking, right?
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 Right? I was like, oh my god, they're serious.
So simple, a baby could do it.
Stratum I just went into, but whatever. 3 girls rule the world. Team Bad Boys.
Hell yeah, baby, let's go.
Be first to strike in a battle and claim victory twice.
Team bad boys, bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do?
Do what?
When they come for you.
And there.
You need, I think you need, I was gonna say Wazzy and Lecter.
Does that get considered a bad boy besides loving an underage girl? So.
I reckon, I don't know.
First strike, claim victory. Probably do 1 or 2 more, but it's gonna be it.
I was gonna say, do as many as you want. And up, you know.
Maybe I'll make this one last one.
Executing recovery program.
Much as I want to do them all. I call it.
Oh, I want to go back and do them all, but you know, that's.
Let's get a move on.
Oh shit! No.
Bring it on.
Shit. Didn't see him at all. Not yet.
I'll be taking that.
How do we?
My turn.
I don't mind.
This'll be fun.
Hey, come on!
Okay then. Total domination.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, you didn't. I thought you got it there. Did you miss it?
No, he started running back at me again.
Oh. There's one right there.
Time to
Look
show
at the
up.
range.
Good to go. This'll be fun.
Ash does.
Wait. Come on, man. Won't get one. Try to sneak up on him.
This ain't bad for it.
It is twice. Trying to level. I'm just trying to fucking find baddies and.
We can keep going at any time.
Barrier's been lifted. Let's go!
Huh, baddies.
Oh, wait.
No shit.
Burn the fucking camera.
You got triple
You got
attack.
fucking range, man.
Charge attack.
I guess I could.
We're here.
Yeah, that worked.
There you go. That's your best bet to do.
One more. I guess we're leaving to come back.
Go berserk! Inferno Hunt! Sure.
You ready to go to bed, Ichigo?
Good night and sweet dreams to you.
I still have room to.
Boxes in there I can grab.
There's another one.
Looks
in there.
tough. Better watch ourselves.
Wait.
Let's make
guess.
this quick.
Okay.
I heard it. Only one. You barely heard it.
Okay then.
Dance! Azure Feathers!
Come on, baby.
All right.
Yeah.
Alright.
Here's a pick-me-up.
Come on. There it goes.
Well, look at us little bad boys fighting our hearts out as a team.
Wanna call me a boy one more time?
And I'm an angel. What did I ever do to deserve being treated like some no-good brat?
The hell didn't you do? You played us all so hard you'd take first in a concert against Elliot, you ass.
So, how about we be real for a sec? Because none of us have room to talk.
None of us have room to talk. You got that right.
I'll have to do
I was
this.
hoping you get the team booze hounds.
If it shows up next, we'll do it. If not, we won't.
Ooh, it's Rain. Oh, you gotta do this one. It's Lloyd, Rain, and Rufus. Oh, come on,
Activate a
man.
chain attack.
You got it's Rain, Lloyd, and Rufus. Goddamn, what a crew.
Alright,
Yeah,
last
make
one.
this the last one. It's all three protagonists in this game.
Alright, I guess that's a good one to finish on.
That's a good one to close out on. I never got this one, so.
Alright, so it's one chain attack. Which is fine, because we can literally just go back to where we were and chain attack. Oh. Alright. Or just one, I forget.
Visitors reinvigorated.
Time to get down to business.
Yeah, there's a couple good spots with chains. There, man.
Well, isn't this a cumbersome gimmick?
Right there.
A challenge, is it?
All right.
Dance, azure feathers!
For one.
And one for all! You asked for it.
Hold on. Oh shit.
All right.
No, everyone's dead. We're good.
All for one.
You asked for it.
Not for him.
I'm up.
Dance, azure!
I'm up. Who knew we'd see the day when the three of us would be fighting together on the same side?
Please, I wouldn't put such a noble spin on it. Our interests just so happen to align toward a common goal.
Maybe. I'd argue that's plenty noble. And now that we're a team, well, we're 3 times as likely to get to the bottom of everything that's going on.
Oh yeah,
that's a good
baby.
That's a good finisher.
The three protagonists. Yeah, baby. Who ever thought Rufus would be a protagonist?
I didn't. I did not see him coming at all.
Now you gotta do your unsealing stone to see if you get a
Yeah.
fedora.
Yeah.
Did pretty well, I'd say.
That's pretty good. Team Big Sticks.
Ah, we're good. Gotta do these unsealing stones.
Team Big Sticks is actually a pretty good one. I actually got that one.
Sorry, what?
Team Big Sticks.
Thought it was done? What do you mean?
Unsealed
You want me to do one more?
Look at all these sealing stones you got unlocked. Damn.
I'll be taking that then.
I don't know what I gotta have. I'm just flying through them.
You might get a fedora.
I'll be taking that then.
Oh, Alex wants you
Okay, we'll do the big stick one.
That then. I'll be taking that then. This is quite the stroke of luck.
Can I please have a fucking fedora?
fucking lost art.
Wow.
Damn. That's impressive there. That's a pretty good one there.
This is quite the
Shit,
stroke of
I didn't
luck.
catch it.
Well, you did it
There's an
too
ultra-
quick. I didn't catch it either.
I didn't mean to. I just meant to do something like this.
Taking that then.
But
This is quite the stroke. of
I got his head! Finally got his fucking fedora!
You got the fedora. You got Kurt's hat now.
Oh my god, mission accomplished. I'm done with the game forever. I got Kurt's hat.
Good job.
Yeah, that's my main goal right there. Kurt's hat. Where the fuck are you, Kurt? There you are, buddy. All game, I've just been wanting his god dang hat.
That's all Vince wants is Kurt's hat. He's like, where the hell is Kurt's hat?
That's cute, Quintus. Kurt's blindfold. Yes. Kurt's hat. Yes! Got it.
I had him in his traveling clothes. I had him in a different outfit with his hat the whole game.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of them.
I think
Travel
it
wear.
was his travel wear.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's nice. All right, Team Big Slick. We'll go do this one real quick and call it.
All right, Team Big
This is one burst. One burst. All right, it means I have Asian tank. All right.
I got Kurt's hat like toward the beginning of Reverie, I think, or towards somewhere in the middle, or I don't know. But I had him. In
No one notices his hat all this while. I know.
Vince is like,
who's
where's
my-
Kurt's hat? Well, you gotta get it in a gacha.
Very last thing I didn't get. All right, so that's Team Big Slick.
And the last sealing stone he got had the dadgum fedora.
So, one evasion. Anyone will do. Just
I think it's hilarious that you got his hat. I was gonna be sad if you never got it.
so sad. I was like, where the fuck is that? I'm so sad.
He kept asking me, "Where's Kurt's hat?" Well, you gotta get it. You gotta win it.
Garbage.
You can't just go ahead. You can't go in there and get it, unfortunately. Oh, I know how I got it. It showed up in the. It showed up in the Curio thing. It showed up in the Curios, and I bought it. I bought the hat. That's how I got hit.
Oh, that's why.
Hey, Cat, you good? You ready to go to bed in a minute?
Trying. Alright, True Rage. Get off of you. That's on a stealth. Alright, that's a burst. We just need one crit, and I get a burst. Let's guarantee I can get it. Back to the tree. Damn, Fedora.
I gotta like.
And you had this hat forever on Cold Cell 3 knows. Yeah, no one knows it. Like, as soon as I was like, I can get it. Alright, we got ad break, guys, so we're gonna run that. I can't stop the ad, so we're gonna go ahead and run.
Kid, because my mom would make it and put like cheese sauce all over it.
Stop that. Need
I can't eat broccoli. I don't mind. I'll eat cauliflower.
one burst.
I like squash, fried squash. I love
Time
fried
to begin our
squash.
survey.
My mom used to make homemade fried squash. It was so good.
One burst.
Wrap this up quick.
I agree,
Go there.
Randy.
Hi, kitty cat.
Here I go.
Sure. On me now.
My turn now.
Miss.
Not a chance.
Done.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, right. Hell yeah.
Not a chance. They're
Now
down.
you just gotta kill them.
It's mine.
Right. Oh,
Good job.
We got my switch axe, your bow staff, your spear, your halberd. Got some good polearm type shit in here.
mine's got no pointy ends like the rest of yours. But I bet I could still kick their butts in a tourney.
You sure? My stun halberd's got some real heft to it.
Maybe so, but I reckon it couldn't pierce through anything the way my spear could.
Oh, no. Competition going.
Who comes out on top, boys?
How old are you? This ain't a playground.
Yeah, you want to join in?
Yeah, Dash is like, yeah, this ain't a playground, but yeah, I want to join in though.
There's more where that came from.
You ain't seen
He
nothing
would actually join in. That'd be Ash for you though.
That is fun. All right, let's
Good
get
old
out of
Ash,
here.
like-
We'll save it, and we'll call it
Join
there.
you.
Guys, Zero and Cold still. Yeah. Up specs. No, we're good.
Team.
That really had McBurn in it.
I've actually done that one.
It really has McBurn in it. All right, that's good enough for me. I've achieved everything I mostly wanted to do. Got Lazimir and Ore, just in case I ever want to replay. I'll just come in and just make all those weapons.
Game.
Uh,
What's your hour total? Check your hour
Dave.
total.
just looking for it, huh?
Oh, go back to the other menu.
Here,
Go over to the rent. There you go.
168. Not bad. Got a lot into it. Ian Daybreak, thank you for playing the game. You're very welcome. I'll be playing Xenogears if you're interested. Starting tomorrow. Ladies and gents, thank you for hanging out. DJ, appreciate you hanging out with me. I'll be starting Xenogears for anyone interested tomorrow night. That will be my next game I'll be playing until I'm finished with it. And then Portal 2. Yeah, it's been a wonderful ride, though. And it's only 4 months, right? But stick around. Have a good night, guys. Till next time. Thanks for joining in. Peace.